I'm just waiting for the fight, but you won't even try to survive. You would rather keep it all inside, and I can help you decide who you're loving now, and how I'm not quite there somehow. My intuition says to give you up, but my heart can't easily let you go. I try to tell myself this isn't love, but I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. I don't wanna be alone tonight. I'm just hoping that you'll be just right. And I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. I don't wanna be alone tonight. I'm just hoping that you'll be just right. And I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone.
I feel I'm getting older, and leaves will keep falling. 18 years already golden, like growing up is closer. So tell me how it feels like. This is just a riptide. Don't want to be broken, 'cause I still keep hoping that my future is not as bad as it seems. And I swear I will be pleasing that to me, but I know that people always pretend. So I look inside of me just like a kid. Older, older, I feel I'm getting older, older. I feel I'm getting older, 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 older. I'm getting older, and leaves will keep falling. 18 years already golden, like growing up is closer. So tell me how it feels like. This is just a riptide. Don't want to be broken, 'cause I still keep hoping. know I'm not the easiest to love. I thought I would at least be worth a shot. Instead you gave up on me 2 months in, 'cause my flies were too hard to deal with. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? If you did, we wouldn't be in this place. In this place, I wouldn't be here trying to say I'm sorry for parts of me. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? In the first place? I know I jump into things too fast. I thought I could trust you right off the bat. Instead you turned my vulnerability against me, and you tore apart the heart from my sleeve. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? If you did, we wouldn't be in this place. In this place, I wouldn't be here trying to say I'm sorry for parts of me. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? In the first place? In the first place? Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place?
The YouTube Music app has playlists for every mood. Like if you're in the mood to get your squat on. Get YouTube Music Premium.
Settle down in the place of dreams, float away in the scenery. Take a backpack of what you need. Let's explore the world we see. All the dangers have been made up. You believe what they say. Through the heartache, I would stargaze, knowing
Somewhere far away, I want you back. I want.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, traders, and what's going on? And happy, wait for it, hump day! That's right, it is hump day, my favorite day of the week. It is June 22nd, 2022. Guys, isn't it crazy? Like, this year is flying by. Like, I can't even fathom it. It's already June. Like, it feels like we just started the year yesterday, and it's already June, almost July. It's absolutely insane. But yes, team, today is June. Yes, I know it's June, right? 22nd, 2022, 8:50 in the morning. And I'm excited to be here like every single day. I'm excited to work with you guys, and I'm excited to see you guys inside of Profits Chat, locking in those profits, learning something every single day. So, start with hitting me with a big old good morning, traders. How are we all doing today? How are we feeling? Are we fired up? Are we motivated? Are we ready to rock? And are we ready to roll for the day? Because team, I am. Todd, Hamaz, Ed, Nevis, what's up? Jonathan, Armando, Christian, Joey, what's up, everybody over on YouTube? Welcome to our free stream day, and welcome back again. Happy Wednesday, aka Hump Day, as we say it inside of chats. And I hope you guys are fired up. Kits King, Jay, Doss, Ken, Catherine, Evelyn's dad, Jamie, John Boy, Corey. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, inside of chat. Good morning once again. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday night. Hopefully you guys had some tacos, all right, on Taco Tuesday. And like I said, I hope you guys are fired up, having an amazing morning, and that you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll for an awesome day ahead. Because today is going to be an awesome day, guys. We have a lot of stuff planned for the day, and there's a lot of things happening in the market today. If you did not know, let's go ahead and start with a market overview, a little bit of a market briefing at this point in time. So today, what do we have going on that's very, very important? What do we have going on today that can move the market and bring in some volatility? You know, one thing that we didn't really see yesterday was volatility, right? We saw the S&P move, but it wasn't as volatile as it's been, right? Yesterday, pretty decent move, but we didn't really see tons of volume, right? It wasn't as volatile as we've seen over the past, couple of weeks, couple of months. Now, don't get me wrong, nice move. We went from 372, ran up to 376. That was a 4-point move, but we've seen 10 points, 12 points, 14 points in a single day. That's what I mean when I say volatility. So yesterday wasn't as volatile, but there was definitely some opportunity. And we are gapping down this morning here on the SPY, here on the Qs. But what's going on today that could bring in that volatility? What's going on today that can move the markets like we've seen over the last couple of weeks? The Fed announcement. So we don't have a Fed announcement. What we do have, like Corey said, JP opening his mouth. Yes, Jerome Powell opening his mouth. Today, he is actually testifying at 9:30 to the Senate Banking Committee. So today we have Jerome Powell testifying. We have Chicago Fed President Charles Evans. He'll be speaking at 12:50. And then we have Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker. And then Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin on the panel discussion today. So you do have some, Fed individuals speaking. Those reports could definitely move the market depending on what's said. Tomorrow is a very important day as well. We have initial jobless claims data and continuing jobless claims data tomorrow at 8:30. That's going to be some key data. That's going to really give us an idea if we're still heading in that direction of recession or not, right? So we definitely need to be paying attention to those jobless claims data tomorrow at 8:30. So that's going to be data that possibly moves the market. And then Friday, we have some stuff going on. Not to mention tomorrow, Powell testifies again. So not just today at 9:30 in front of the Senate Banking Committee, but tomorrow in front of the House Financial Services Committee. So we have a lot going on basically in the next 48 hours. And, depending on what's said, what happens, the data, what's released, those headlines, those articles, guys, it could absolutely move the market for sure. So I just wanted to go ahead and give you a quick overview as far as the market, what's going on today that could absolutely move the market, and what times are we going to start seeing that action, right? So we'll have to see what goes on out of the gate. We'll have to see what kind of headlines are published based on the Fed speaking. And then tomorrow at 8:30, we'll see what those jobless claims data is, and we'll see how that's going to move the market as well, guys. All right, so to go ahead and get started, to go ahead and start our day, let's go ahead and talk about our top penny stocks for the day. All right, top penny stocks. We'll go take a look at the spine, the cues, and break it down from a technical perspective, get you guys prepared with those levels. And then if we have time, we'll go ahead and talk about some of these back burners that I may be watching today as well. So number one that we'll be watching today, team, is going to be REV. Now, I was telling you guys this morning inside of chat, there's just something about REV that I don't like. I can't explain it. It's weird. I don't know if it has to do with they filed bankruptcy, but I know there's talks about, acquisitions and mergers and buyouts. There's just something about REV that I'm just not crazy about, and I can't really put my finger on it. I know that it's 50% shorted. The float is at, 50% of the float shorted. I know there's talks about mergers, acquisitions, and buyouts. Obviously the stock dumped here a couple of weeks ago, beginning of last week, due to the bankruptcy discussions. There's just something about the stock, again, I cannot really put my finger on. And the fact that I can't do that and I just don't have a good feeling about it, I'm just not going to trade it today. It's tempting. It looks great. It was fantastic yesterday. I mean, it was super consistent yesterday, just stair-stepping its way up from $4 to $7. I mean, there is money to be made on REV, guys. There is money to be made, but for me, there's just something about it that I don't know. So I'm going to really sit back here and probably not touch this stock today, but I'm here to go ahead and break it down with no bias, right? No bias whatsoever. Break it down, get you guys prepared so you guys can make some money if you do like the opportunity that you're seeing here with REV. All right. So right now at this point in time, your best level of support is going to be back down around that 693 on REV. Pre-market low, yesterday's highs. I don't think you're going to come back down to that level personally. I think you're just going to see the stock breaking those pre-market highs and then making a move up today to the 200 SMA. That's going to be your top target. Your top target today is going to be that 200-day moving average at $9.17. But right now at this point in time, if you look left, you can see that the best of the best level of support here is going to be back down at 693 here on REV. Like I said, I don't think it's going to make it all the way back down to that 693, but if it does, that's a very good level of support. I would expect to see the stock just break over those pre-market highs and then start making a move up to that 917, that 200 SMA, before you see a lot of sellers moving on in and taking a lot of profits. That's going to be that top target. That's going to be one of those main levels that traders are really looking to lock in some profits here on REV. All right, so bottom support once again, $6.93. Top resistance between 809 and that 839 level. We can see that 809 was touched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, multiple times. We see a lot of resistance right around 809. 839 was hit one time. So I would expect to see a lot of that volume really move in when we start to really cleanly break 809 and then more volume over that pre-market high, pushing this right up towards around that 917. Now, if we ever break that 917 level, that 200-day moving average, your next main level is going to be $10 here on REV. Today, there's no news. Today, there's no filings. So why is this stock moving? It's all momentum. It's a prior day mover that's been doing pretty well over the past 3 trading sessions, and we could absolutely see another nice day today as well here with REV. So right now at this point in time, that should be the number one stock that you are watching is REV. Again, prior day mover, tons of momentum, nice low float stock. 50% of the float is currently shorted, and it's been consistent the last couple of days. So if you guys like this stock, if you guys see the opportunity and you guys want to take advantage of that opportunity that you identify, make it happen. All right, you guys are prepared. Your levels are all set. You know why the stock's moving. It should be one of your top stocks to watch if you like it. For me, I'm going to replace it with something else because there's just something about it that's not really settling right with me. I can't put my finger on it, so since I can't, I'm probably just going to stay away from it today, all right? And there's some other good opportunity out in the market today, all right? There's definitely some good opportunity in the market today, team. Next, I want to talk to you guys about is AERC. All right, so AERC has been very consistent over the past couple of weeks. I mean, this stock's gone from $2.60 all the way up to like $22, $23.70. I mean, in just literally the past 2 to 3 trading weeks, this stock has ripped, this stock has moved, this stock has been very, very consistent. I absolutely want to watch AERC today, like 110%. Like AERC has a lot of my attention. Okay, so it's been on fire the past couple of weeks. It's ran from $3 all the way to $23.70. And today looks to be that day that we could see the next leg up. Why do I think today could be the next leg up? Well, we are pulling back into this 1582 level. What's significant about 1582? Well, it was the mid-candle breakout open, right? So it was the open from this red day, and it was the low of day here after we actually broke that mid-candle. So 1582, I remember this level. 1582 was the level on the 15th that when we broke, that's when this thing really started to take on off. Look at that. That's when it really started to rip and really started to run. A lot of volume traded through that level, right? It is a prior open, and then it's the next day's low a day. So we can see a spiking high right around 1582. I remember that's that point when we broke, this thing just exploded to the upside. The very next day we came down and bounced. And what are we doing right now here in pre-market on AERC? We just came down to this 1582 and we bounced. So I really like this stock coming down to that 1582, and we're actually seeing a healthy, strong, really just nice bounce. Next, excuse me, guys. Next, number 2, where else are we currently sitting, right? Not only did we come down to that 1582 and bounce beautifully, well, we actually have this multi-day uptrend, right? From this low to this low, run it out to the right. We just came down to the trend line as well. So you have a couple separate reasons here. 1582 is a great little level of support, and then we're looking for the break of this multi-day downtrend. Okay, so I really like this stock. Number 1, tons of momentum. Okay, it's been very, very consistent. It still has a lot of attention from traders, and there's still so much potential to the upside, right? That's why I want to watch it. There's momentum, there's consistency. We should be watching the stock. Okay, number 2, we just got that pullback to 1582 and bounced beautifully. Number 3, the trend line was right around that 1582 as well. Number 4, we're just looking for a break of the downtrend now. That's where I expect to see a lot of volume really start to move on in for that next leg up. So if we can break that downtrend, we can run up to 20. If we can break over 20, which I very well think we can, we could start to run back up to retest those prior highs from last week in the $23 area. So again, it'd be like $23.20 and then $23.70 here on AERC. So this is, it's a top stock right now for me. I know there's not a lot of volume on AERC, but I definitely think it could be one of these light volume, just sleeper plays that out of nowhere, boom, you see the stock ripping $2, $3, $4 to the upside. And by then it's a little too late. So I'm going to be watching AERC out of the gate for those reasons. I think there's a lot of great potential today. And if I'm mistaken and it starts cracking 1582, the stock is shortable. I would be okay with shorting the stock back down towards around $12. But I don't think it's going to be a good short. I think it's a better long, just based on the consistency with this stock over the past few weeks, how it's set up and played out beautifully for us time and time and time again. And there's multiple separate reasons that suggest today could be the day we bounce. Today could be that day that we start moving back to the upside into that $23 area. So I definitely want to keep AERC on high watch today. All right, team. I also want to watch DAWN. I'm not as crazy about DAWN like I am with AERC. I mean, AERC really has my focus and really has my attention. But DAWN is not bad either. So if we look at DAWN, it does stand out. And the reason it stands out is because we're officially over the 200-day moving average. And now we can see that level hold the stock up as support. So that was one of our biggest issues last week with the stock and why I wasn't crazy about it. Coming up to the 200 SMA, resistance. 200 SMA, resistance. Couldn't hold above the 200 SMA, closed below. 200 SMA resistance, 200 SMA resistance. It was just resistance, resistance, resistance. It was struggling. Well, what did we do yesterday? We finally gapped up above the 200 SMA, and we didn't close back below it. We held above it with a decent little day, a decent little doji day, if you want to say that's a little bit of a doji. It came down and bounced off that 200 SMA, and it bounced. It had a good close. I like DAWN now that we're officially above that 200 SMA, and we could see that level hold on up as support. So the 200 SMA at this point in time is 1556. That's the level that we want to see DAWN holding above as support. If we can see that level hold on up as support, I'm definitely watching the stock for the break over 1676. Now, I know I said 1720 in the post. I'm going to readjust that. So in my post this morning in alerts, I said over 1720 is where I get interested. I'm going to want to readjust that and bring that level down to the daily high. So if we start to break into a new daily high, that's where I think the initial volume is going to move in, and I'm watching it around that 1680 for a possible entry, and then even more volume is going to move in over that 1720 level, those two pre-market highs. So again, I'm going to bring that level down from a 1720 break when I'm getting in to a 1680 break. So starting to break that 1680, I do think we start to see volume move in. And if we start to see that volume move in, I'm going to start scaling in, expecting a 1720 break for that nice big push, possibly up to $20 today. Another reason I like this stock, not just because we're above the 200 SMA, not just because last week we had great news, not just because we have that potential to break on out. It's also heavily shorted. 20% of the float right now at this point in time is currently short on DAWN. So again, if we start breaking that 1680, 1720 up towards 18, 19, 20 bucks, and we start to see these shorts feeling the pressure, they're underwater, maybe they start covering their position, and that helps really push this bad boy to the upside. So that's another reason I like DAWN today, because still at this point in time, we have 20% of the float currently short. As to why, I want to watch DAWN. SOUN today, team. You definitely should watch SOUN for a possible, it's not the best looking, but possible mid-candle breakout. And we've seen mid-candle breakouts pretty consistently lately. I mean, look at AERC last week. Beautiful mid-candle breakout, and this thing absolutely exploded. There was another stock that had a beautiful mid-candle breakout last week, and it absolutely exploded. So we have SOUN with a possible mid-candle breakout. Big green day there on Friday. Gap down, not doing a lot yesterday, right? And then boom, today, Wednesday, setting up for that possible mid-candle breakout. And what I really like about this is we're gapping down a little bit. So yesterday we closed at 375. What is the best version of a mid-candle breakout? Not the mid-candle breakouts that start in pre-market, not the ones that gap up, but the best of the best of the best mid-candle breakouts, guys, are the ones that actually gap down. So look at AERC. And someone asked me this last week, Josh, is it okay that AERC is gapping down for the mid-candle breakout? I said, yeah, that's the best. That makes them the absolute best. And look at what that thing did. It gapped down to 12, starts breaking the prior day levels. The thing hit $23. It ran over 10 points. That was huge. So look at SOUN. Mid-candle breakout opportunity. What are we doing right now? We're gapping down. We're at 360. I like this a lot. Okay, so with that being said, I want to see a break over 375 before I start getting my feet wet. If we gap down a little bit more in the next 20 minutes, I may say, hey, yesterday's lows is where I want to start getting my feet wet. So yesterday's low was 362. So if we open at, say, 350 and we start breaking 362, that's an area that I start a position. When we break 375, I add. Then we start breaking yesterday's high of day, which was pretty much the open as well. Right around 407, I add even more with a target of Friday's spiking high around $5. So I absolutely want to be watching SOUN today. And I really like this because we're gapping down. So again, if we gap down towards around 350, you'll start to see me entering around that 362. That'll be my first entry. And then I'll add around 375, maybe adding around 411 for that big rip and run into the high $4 area. Now, if we do not gap down and open around 350, let's say we open at 360, 365. Well, I'll want to wait for the break over 375 before getting my first entry going. Okay, so SOUN team, I like it. It looks great. You know my plan. You know exactly why I'm looking at the stock. And it's a pretty nice mid-candle breakout. And it's given us that gap down like AERC gave us last week. And we know exactly what to expect when we have these mid-candle breakouts setting up perfectly. And right now, it's setting up pretty nice. SOUN is on high watch for me. And then lastly, SIDU is on high watch for me as well, guys. I know a lot of back burners, right? I know a lot of these stocks that I'm looking at today are back burners. I'm not looking at top gaining stocks with fresh news and fresh volume. I'm looking at a lot of these back burners, prior day movers, because those look to be the best of the best opportunity, right? They're not crowded. They're not flooded with traders. Right now, in this current market, what I've realized is these stocks that are just absolutely flooded with traders, 80% of them, they're challenging, they're choppy. These stocks that are more or less like these sleeper plays, these back burners that don't really have the attention right now and they start getting attention, those are the ones that really do well and we can make some quick profits. So again, a lot of my focus is some of these prior day mover stocks that have great opportunity behind them. Okay, SIDU is another stock that I think has good opportunity for two reasons. Number one, what's 474 on SIDU? I want you guys looking at SIDU right now at this point in time. Go mark up 474 on your chart and tell me why I'm really watching the stock around 474. Like, what's significant about 474 and what could we see happen at that 474 level? Prior day high and then the gap. Yeah. So here on the 15th of June, that was our high day. That was our close before that gap up. So what are we doing right now? We're coming down to close the gap, right? Gaps like to be filled. And when gaps are filled, what do you typically see? Well, if it's filling it to the downside, you see a bounce on up most of the time. If you're filling a gap to the upside, you get rejected and you start to fade on off. So it's a gap fill bounce strategy with SIDU. Not only that, it's really nice. It's also the pre-market pullback low before that big rip. So not only are we filling the gap, it's also the pre-market low before we absolutely ripped. On top of that, if we do bounce and it's a strong bounce and then we break the downtrend, my goodness, that's a great setup, right? Not only a gap fill bounce strategy for a quick little scalp, but if we bounce strong enough and we follow through with that bounce and then we start to break this downtrend, things could get very, very interesting and very, very exciting here with SIDU, and this thing could really start taking on off. All right, guys, so I want to see the stock open on up. Okay, I want to see it just start dumping on down towards around 474. And this is one of my top stocks that I will be watching. All right, so right out of the gate, this is a stock that I will have up on the live stream because we are getting very close to 474. If we open and just drop to that 474, I am looking to go long for a dip buy opportunity. That's gap fill bounce, okay? And then I'm looking to scalp and scale out a little bit, lock in some quick profits. If we do have a good strong bounce back above 5 and it still looks good, I'll throw a hard stop in the system at my cost basis. I'll leave a runner on the table and see at some point in time if we do indeed break this downtrend and start ripping back up towards around $9. This could be something that turns into a little bit of a swing trade. You never know. So again, currently a back burner stock for me, but it is something that I'm watching on the back burner. I'm watching it, boom, right there in front of me, just to see if we open on up and dump on down to that 474 to get a nice little entry for the gap fill. And then like I said, if it comes on down, I get the fill, it bounces up 20, 30, 40 cents, and I'm able to lock in some profits, and it still looks good. It could definitely be something that I hold for a few days. It could be something that I consider swing trading the rest of this week, especially if it's a strong bounce, especially if we start breaking that downtrend, it could rip back up towards around 875, and then retesting some of last week's highs around $9.22. So it's very, very possible, and I really do like this stock today, guys. Okay, so quick recap. Number one stock that you guys are probably going to be watching, that we'll probably be talking about out of the gate, everybody's focus is here. It's going to be REV, okay? I'm personally looking at AERC for the bounce off that 1582, a bounce off that trend line, and a break of the downtrend. We start to see this breaking the downtrend. I'm definitely thinking about getting long, as I expect today to be the day. If we're going to start moving on up and we're going to see that next leg higher, I think it's going to be today that we see that next leg higher. So I'm absolutely watching AERC. 100% I'm watching DAWN for the break over 1680. And we have the 200 SMA holding the stock on up as support. And the 200 SMA is 1556. As long as we hold above 1556 support, I'm watching it. And if we can start to break 1680, I'm definitely considering getting long, as I think we could start to see the stock up towards around $20. SOUN for the mid-candle breakouts. At this point in time, I'm looking to start a position above 375. Breaking 375, I want to see this thing rip on up towards around 411, first targets, and then 480 to $5, second and final target. If I do make those entries at 375, I will probably put my stops below 360, as I still see some great potential to the upside. So, I mean, we can catch about 35 cents to the upside here. And if we're catching this around 375, I think stops in the mid 350s would be a good place for the stop. Or if you can afford it, throwing stops below 350 would be a good place for those stops on this possible mid-candle breakout. SOUN, definitely on watch. And then we just discussed SIDU and why I like this stock so much and why it is actually going to be a stock that I'm watching right at the start of the day to see if we do indeed open on up, drop on down to that 474, get an entry for a bounce, for a dip buy off the gap fill, and then see what happens after that. And if it follows through, it may turn into a little bit of a swing trade, and we'll see if we get that next leg up back into that 922 level. So those are going to be the top stocks that I'm watching for today. Okay, once again, REV, AERC, DAWN, SOUN, and SIDU. But to start the day, I'm pretty sure you guys would say REV is your number one watch, okay? We know what's going on in the overall markets, right? We know what's going on in the world today. We got Mr. Powell speaking, and we know that that could bring in some volatility. So we really got to wait and see where the SPY wants to go. Where do the Qs want to go? I'm still leaning more on I think over the next couple of weeks, it's going to be more or less choppy, right? Not as much volatility, more sideways as we start to potentially stabilize. And if we start to see that stabilization, we get more data next month, CPI, PPI, inflation still not rising. Let's say inflation is actually coming down. Whatever the case is, we start to see positive numbers, positive data, the odds of a recession going down. You may start to see me adding a little bit more aggressively over the next, couple of months. Definitely going to start cherry picking today, like we discussed yesterday, but not aggressively, just very slow and steady. My riskier account, my Roth, my long-term retirement account, definitely going to start cherry picking today and this week, little by little, just dabbling, dipping my big toe in the water before I put my feet in and before I dive in with my entire body. Okay, so this week, I'm dipping the toe in. So if the shark comes up and bites it off, I just lose a toe. Okay, in the next couple of weeks, maybe 4 to 6 weeks, I'm going to put both my feet in. So if the shark comes up and bites him off, at least I'm still alive. I just don't have my feet. Okay, but I still have the rest of my body. I still have my brain. I'll figure it out. Okay, I'm not jumping in full force. I'm not diving in the water, and that shark's not going to tear me up. Okay, I'm going to dip my toe in this week. Over the next 4 to 6 weeks, I'm going to dip my feet in, and then, assuming everything's still going in the right direction, and we see that, okay, the markets have stabilized, I'm going to start going back pretty much 100% invested versus what I'm sitting at now of 80% cash. So that's my game plan for today, this week. So you guys are aware what my game plan is over the next 4 to 6 weeks as well, okay? So again, I expect to see more maybe like sideways chop. For some reason, that's just what I expect. But again, I can be completely mistaken. I can be 100% wrong, and we could see the market up at $400 today. Well, you could see the SPY at 400. You never know. You could see the SPY down at 350. You never know. I could be wrong. But I would say 85 to 90% of our analysis this year has been spot on, right? So I would say that for every 10 times that we've broken down the SPY, we've hit it on the head 8 or 9 of those times. Like spot on with our analysis. Occasionally wrong. I accept it. I enjoy being wrong at times because it gives me an opportunity to learn why was I wrong, right? But I would say that this year, 80%, we've been absolutely spot on. So I still expect to see a little bit more sideways choppiness. I still don't expect to see tons of volatility, but we'll see because we do have Powell testifying today, and that's in the next 9 minutes when that begins. So resistance right now, 370.57. Okay, so as long as you're below 370.57, you want to think about shorting this. Okay, but if you can see the S&P above that 370.57 level, you could start to see this bad boy up towards around 373. That's very realistic. 374, yesterday's lows, and then 376. The first level that you need to be paying attention to, 370.57. If you see it double top off that level, short it. If you see it get rejected with tons of selling volume off that level, and you're like, my goodness, that was disgusting, it's going to dump, short it. But if it comes up and it breaks above that level, and it's trading above that level, think about going long up towards around, once again, 373. Yesterday's lows, underneath these lows here from yesterday, 374. And then up towards around yesterday's highs, around 376.27. All right, but again, if we cannot break that level here of 370.57, I would consider shorting it down to these pre-market lows here, and then down towards around Friday's lows at that 362.17. That's going to be on the SPY, and the same thing pretty much applies here with the Qs, right? But the Qs, that resistance level was right around this 277.85. You can actually bring it up just a smidge and say 278.12. Really fine-tune that level here on the Qs. So the same thing applies with the Qs that I say applies with the SPY. That key level that you need to be paying attention to today is going to be 278.12 here on the Qs. Now, if we can break and stay above that 278 level here on the Qs, we could absolutely see the Qs back up at 280.16 and then retesting some of these levels from yesterday, right? So some of these lows from yesterday, 281.20, some of these highs around 282.40, and then yesterday's high at 283.45. But in my opinion, it really comes down to this 278 level. What are we going to do around 278? Are we going to stay above 278 and bounce off that level with some strength? Fantastic. Let's think about getting long into some of yesterday's levels as we look to retest some of yesterday's levels. Now, if we just look weak and we just can't break above this 278 and it looks super weak and you think it's going to dump, where do you think it can come down to? Well, I would say first stop would be these pre-market lows around 275. There's still a lot of opportunity with the Qs, right? 3 points to the downside, 3 points plus to the upside. But really focus, in my opinion, on that 278 level, and let's see what happens around 278. Let's see what happens here with the SPY around this 370.63. Then also, let's see if we have any articles, headlines, posts, whatever the case is, about this, Powell testifying, and see how that could potentially move the market as well, based on, again, what we hear come out of that session today, okay? And we've already seen some posts come out, like Fed Harker says we need more we need to move to a restrictive stance. How do we get there? Depends on data. Says inflation could still be north of 5% next year, then down to 2.5% in 2024. Could have a couple negative GDP quarters. So that's what Fed Harker's saying. So again, just make sure you're reading these articles that they come out, right? Because again, what did we say was taking place today at 9 a.m.? Fed President Patrick Harker is being interviewed. And so these are the headlines from the interview. Based on what he says, could move the market. You're going to see the same thing between 9:30, 10, 10:30, right? Fed Chair Jerome Powell testifying in front of Senate Bank Committee. Here's what he just said. And based on what he says, that's going to give us a great idea on where the market's going today. So make sure you're looking at your news streamers. You're going to see a lot of headlines coming on out. And then based on that headline, that could definitely move the market in one direction or the other. So pay close attention, guys. Pay close attention over the first 10 to 15 minutes with a lot of those headlines that'll probably be coming on out. Okay, guys. So do we have any questions inside of chats? Anything? Any thoughts on XELA? So XELA is just one of those stocks that I don't trade. And the reason I don't trade it is it's a large freaking float stock. I mean, this float, if I'm not mistaken, is like 500 billion, 500 million. It's just never a stock that seems to be consistent. It's never a stock that actually holds its gains. It's never a stock that really provides tons of opportunity during the day because the float, if I'm not mistaken, is so freaking large. What do we have going on with XELA? They secured an XBP contract totaling $136 million. So securing a contract totaling $136 million. All right, so you do have news with XELA at this point in time. So at least there's a reason for the stock to be moving, and that's very, very important that you always understand why is the stock moving. You don't want it to be a pre-market random pump and then it just dump intraday, okay? Then you need to understand what's the float, right? What's the float? How many shares are short? Could it be a squeeze? Really dissect this and understand this stock that you're looking to, trade. So how do you go look at the float if you can't find it on, say, your scanners? Well, just go hop over to yahoofinance.com. It's that easy. If you can't find that float, just go over to yahoofinance.com. If it loads on up, it loads on up. So we'll be right back. Our engineers are working to resolve the issue. So I guess we're not going to find the float. But again, you usually go to Yahoo Finance, you type in the ticker, and it shows you. But right now, this stock is gapping up here on XELA. So where is it on our gapper list? XELA, XELA. Where are you, XELA? I'm surprised I'm actually not seeing it on that gapper list unless I'm really just blind right now and I can't see it. But I mean, we're up 50-some%. So where is XELA? BHAT. Very weird. Very weird that it's up 50%, but it's not showing up on these scanners at this point in time. So that's a little odd. We'll figure that out. But again, there is good news. If I'm not mistaken, it's a very, very large float stock. It doesn't really do too much intraday when it moves. But if you guys are looking at it, let's go ahead and get you guys prepared real quick. We have about a minute 30 to go. Let's go ahead and mark up some of these levels, okay? So right here, 18 cents, 20 EMA. You're actually bouncing off the 20 EMA. You're bouncing here off the VWAP. And you're bouncing off this 9 EMA as well. And then check this, guys. That 9 EMA just crossed above the VWAP on the 5-minute time frame. That's important. That's a bullish signal. So big rip on up on XELA. Big rip on up. Consolidating, pulling back to the VWAP, to the 9 EMA. Also happens to be the 20 EMA on the daily chart. And it has this flag formation. The 9 EMA is crossing above the VWAP. This looks good. This looks fantastic. Like, I know I don't like this stock because XELA barely moves intraday, and it's just a slow, steady stock, but I like it right here. Like, with a lot of confidence, I like it. I like the 9 EMA crossing the VWAP. I like this pullback into those two levels. I like that it also happens to be the 20 EMA, and it's a flag formation getting ready to break this downtrend. This looks sexy. This looks great. I'd put stops below 17 cents. You have room on XELA up towards around, I'd say 23 cents next, and then 25 cents. So yeah, XELA out of the gate, high watch. This stock actually looks really, really good right out of the gate. Let's see if there's any opportunity. All right, we have 1 second. Oh, and the market's open. We are all set, ready to rock and ready to roll, ladies and gentlemen. Right now at this point in time, like I said, I am going to watch XELA, believe it or not. I know when I first looked at it and I first heard it, I'm like, I don't know. This stock barely does anything intraday, and it's usually a slow, steady mover. But as we dissected it and as we got an idea of why it's moving and what it's doing, there's a couple of reasons that suggest this could be a nice little mover right out of the gates as we are bouncing off the 9 EMA. We are bouncing off the VWAP. The 9 EMA is actually crossing above the VWAP, and that's considered to be bullish. And it's actually bouncing here off the daily 20 EMA as support with a good press release. Let's see if traders can really start moving this stock here on XELA. And let's see if XELA can actually break over 20 cents and get a nice little push towards around 23 cents. Support right now, once again, 18.5. 18.5. That's the VWAP. That's your 9 EMA. That's your 20 EMA here on the daily chart. What you want to see is XELA breaking this downtrend. So again, if you're going to hold these two levels, these three levels of support, before you make an entry, you want to start to see buyers pushing this above this downtrend here. So we are all set, ready to rock. Once again, I'm sitting back the first 10 to 15 minutes here on the SPY and the Qs, looking to see what takes place with Fed Powell testifying and see how that moves the market and get a better idea of where the market could be heading to today. But again, we do have SOUN on watch for that possible mid-candle breakout. SIDU for the gap fill bounce at 475. That's on SIDU. So if SIDU just dumps right down to 474, I am looking to get long on SIDU at this point in time at 474 for the gap fill bounce. And if that bounce is strong enough, it could definitely get us back above 5. And if we see this thing bouncing back above 5, this thing could really take on off into the 550s and 560s if it's a strong bounce off the gap fill level. So right now, looking at SIDU to see if it's going to dump on down here over the first maybe 3 to 5 minutes and then start to bounce on up off the gap fill. So right now, SIDU, I'm watching SIDU here down towards around that 474. You should be watching XELA. If you guys like XELA, if you guys like this cheap stock that's a slow and steady mover, something that's not going to rip $1 in a minute, but rip maybe 5 cents over the course of the entire day. You like those slower and steadier movers? Right now, XELA is on high watch. High watch right now at this point in time, XELA team. As long as you hold, once again, the 9 EMA on the 5-minute, you hold the VWAP, you stay above that 20 EMA on the daily chart, and you start to break this downtrend, you're going to see this back up towards around 21 cents and then up towards around 23 cents. Again, XELA is on high watch. So let's watch our mid-candle breakout opportunity. You guys are looking at XELA. You know exactly what you're looking for on XELA. You know exactly where to place your stops. You know where to take profit. You know the setup. You know the reasonings behind it. You're prepared. All you have to do at this point in time is build a plan based on your account and your risk tolerance. Wait for your buy signal. Wait for that confirmation, and then get long. All you have to do at this point in time is make sure you're prepared. And if you are prepared, then all you have to do is react. All right, so you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. They're on XELA if you're interested. REV, if it breaks over that 839, 840, right up to that 200-day moving average is very, very realistic. Right now, I'm looking to see what SOUN does here, maybe for that mid-candle breakout. And then I'm looking at SIDU here to see what we do coming on up. So right now, I'm going to shift my focus to SOUN, guys. Right now, at this point in time, SOUN for the possible mid-candle breakout. All right, so right now, SOUN for the possible mid-candle breakout. I'm just curious to see if we start bouncing and start pushing on up here, because if we have a bounce and we start pushing on up over 370, 375, we already know this thing could really start taking on off, guys. Really start taking on off, and there's tons of opportunity here with SOUN. So right now, SOUN is on high watch at this point in time to see if we start to get going for this possible mid-candle breakout. So I'm just looking at volume. I'm looking at level 2. Try and get an idea of, price action. I'm looking to see if, anything stands out that suggests, hey, it's good to start popping that 375 and start breaking. Maybe we get a quick early entry down here in the 360s. But again, I'm not going to jump in just yet until I'm super duper confident that we are going to, indeed get that break on out. So right now, I'm just sitting back with my finger on the trigger. Okay, I'm just sitting back with my finger on the trigger at this point in time. No trades yet, as you guys can see. You guys can't see that. That happens every now and then. Just remind me if my P&L's not up. Okay, so there's my P&L. As you guys can see, there's nothing on the day. I've taken 0 trades so far today. And we're just sitting back waiting for just the absolute best opportunity to come to us. So right now, SOUN. Again, I definitely want to keep this one on watch. It could start breaking, and it could absolutely start ripping and running. And this is one of those stocks that doesn't have a lot of focus right now. Doesn't have a lot of attention. But once it starts to get the focus and the attention, we know it could rip and run. I mean, look at what the stock just did on Thursday. The thing went from $2.50 to $5. It ran over 100%. Again, didn't do anything yesterday. And then, boom, setting up for that possible mid-candle breakout today. And we know what we can see when stocks actually play on out with those mid-candle breakouts. So that's absolutely why my focus is on SOUN right now, because I don't want to miss it. How would you feel if you're like, you know what? It's not doing anything. Let's go look at REV. And you're just watching REV. Then you come back, right? You come back in 2 minutes, and then you see SOUN just ripped, and you missed your entry. You'd feel like crap. You'd be like, wow, well, that stinks. I just missed a killer trade. So right now at this point in time, I'm watching SOUN. Right? I don't see any reason to be looking at BHAT. You guys have your trade on XELA. For those of you that like these slower, steady movers, XELA broke the downtrend for you. You have your trade. We talked about it right then and there, so you guys are all set. Nothing with AERC at the time. We don't really have anything with DAWN yet. But that's something that could be setting on up. SIDU did not come low enough for me. It's still on watch. But right now, the stock that has some pretty good potential to be the next big mover could absolutely be SOUN here. So let's keep SOUN on high watch, and let's see what happens over the next few moments. So just kind of sitting back, looking to see if we get any kind of sense of price action, right? We see some big buyers moving in, big orders, whatever the case is. Let's see if we have anything coming on up here with SOUN that suggests this thing is going to break on out, start ripping and running off maybe that mid candle. So right now, that's where my focus is. If we look at our breakout scanner, you do have WKSP hitting that breakout scanner a few times. You don't really have anything yet on the high of the day momentum scanner. REV was kind of dumping on off there just a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, OBCI was the acquisition. USWS was a stock that is gapping up but just can't really move. QTNT was dumping on off this morning. LLL is creeping on up. What's up with LLL, guys? LLL. So, now that's DAWN. What's up with LLL? Announcing a $5 million buyback. Also signs a $30 million sales agreement. So, fantastic. Awesome. LLL right now has a credible reason to be moving. LLL is starting to get some action. So let's do this. Let's go SOUN off to the side. I still like SOUN. I think SOUN has great potential. But right now, we do have LLL was halted. LLL is hitting that breakout scanner. Let's go ahead and keep this one on high watch, guys. REV, new high a day, team. REV just got a new high a day there. So I'm watching LLL. And right now, SOUN team starting to get some action, starting to get a little bit of volume on SOUN. Is REV halted right now? REV at 860. Like I said, guys, the second it breaks that high, watch for it to just open on up and start to really explode to the upside. It came on up. It was pretty random. That was really random, right? It just comes on down, 753, and then just out of nowhere, just all that volume moves in for a halt. So if you guys were taking that over that break of the 839, congrats. I'm just not digging it. I'm not digging it. I think there's better, safer opportunity without the risk that comes with REV, in my opinion. But if you are on REV at this point in time, you are looking to lock in some profits around $9.15 and then up towards around $10 there on REV. Right now, LLL buyback program also announcing a $50 million contract that they secured. LLL has great potential today up to that 248 level. That's the 200 SMA. And you have support right now right around the 184. That's your halt level. You are holding above 2. So, 184 to $2 is going to be decent support on LLL. And if we get a nice strong bounce between that 184 and $2 area, we do have some fantastic room up towards around 248. But right now, team, I'm really watching SOUN. SOUN right now started a position on SOUN. Volume is moving in on SOUN at this point in time. We're starting to get some action. We're starting to see this move a little bit. This is that mid-candle breakout opportunity. I am on SOUN. I'm adding to my position as the bids are over 375. I am currently long 2,500 shares of SOUN. Why is it not moving? I don't like that. I don't like the stall. It just literally, there's not a single order coming through now, which is odd. That's a little sketchy. Fingers on the trigger if I need to get out. Cost basis is 377 at this point in time. It broke, but it just stalled there for a second. And I don't like when stocks stall. Like, you get that big break, that big move on up, and then it just freezes. You're like, is it halted? It's not halted. Definitely not. It's the stall. That can be an indication that there's a large order coming through that could really move the stock, whether that's a large order that's going to push it on up or down, you just don't know. But that freeze, that stall, they call it a tape stall, is a indication that there's a large order getting ready to come through, and you could see a big move out of the stock. You just don't know what direction. But I'm currently long on SOUN. I have a 377 cost basis with 2,500 shares. I'm looking to see if this mid-candle breakout starts working. I'm looking to see if we can start to really pick on with some volume here. Again, up towards round 4 and then 408. That's going to be our first targets off this mid-candle breakout. Right now, I'm going to have to throw stops below the low a day there. Not the pre-market low a day, but the intraday low a day. So if it comes down into like the mid 350s, I'll have to walk away from this. Let's see if SOUN can actually get some movement behind it. That'd be fantastic because SIDU is not doing a lot. DAWN not doing a lot. AERC right now, as long as it holds 1582, there's still killer potential here. As long as AERC holds 1582, again, there is some killer opportunity there. So definitely keep that one on high watch if you guys are looking at it. REV, again, halted to the upside. We have room to that 915 level. And right now, LLL is getting some great action behind it. But as you guys know, I'm currently long on SOUN, right around that 377. But here's the thing that I really don't like. We just dropped off on volume number 1. Number 2. Is this what you really want to see with a mid-candle breakout? No. Mid-candle breakouts, when they break, they break. They take on off. They become active. They move. They don't stop moving. They don't stall. They don't just sit sideways. That's not a good mid-candle breakout. Is it still something that has potential? Yes. But is it meeting that criteria and really playing on out the way mid-candle breakouts should play on out? The answer is no. So right now, if this thing doesn't start to really take on off here and it continues to struggle and kind of sit sideways, oh, I'm out. 100%. I'm walking away. I'll walk away and I'll look for a re-entry. But right now, if we don't start to push on up, this is not really a mid-candle breakout. It's not doing what a mid-candle breakout should be doing. Mid-candle breakouts, they break and they open on up and they take on off and they don't really look on back. Right now, we see the struggle, and we really see the uncertainty with SOUN. So if we don't see that move take place relatively soon, I'm probably going to just walk away from SOUN and see if it sets back up for us. Ugh, REV's disgusting, guys. Look at that. Halted to the upside. Gap down. Dump. Yeah, guys. Look at how choppy REV is. Is this stock any fun? Is this stock really any fun right now? Like, come on. Look at that. I know it just went from $8 to $9 in literally like a second. But that's not fun. That's risky. That's not fun at all. I don't know. I don't like it. I told you, there's something about REV that I just don't like. And that right there is proving the fact that I'm not going to watch the stock today. Not even going to look at it. Why is that? The stock had a pretty random bounce, screamed into a halt, just to gap down, just to dump, and then just to squeeze up to $9, literally in the blink of an eye. I blinked my eyes and the thing was straight up. I don't like how it moves. I don't like that movement. I think it's too risky. If you want to trade it, trade it. But I think it's too risky. Yeah, WKSP is just not doing anything right now. LLL is the stock that has some focus. Obviously, REV has some attention. So right now, the one stock that's the most active is LLL. You still have SOUN fighting to get some action off that mid candle. So still giving that a chance, guys. I'm still giving SOUN a chance here. Chris is saying REV straight up gamble. It feels that way, doesn't it? Right? It feels like it's a gamble for sure. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's that feeling I have that I can't explain. Maybe it just feels like it's a gamble. If I get involved with it, yeah, I just feel like it's a gamble. So, yeah, I'm just not going to touch it. We don't have anything yet from PAL. We have Fed Harker, Fed Harker, Fed Harker. We don't really have anything from Powell yet. I'm still giving SOUN a fighting chance. You know, I'm only down like 3 cents a share. It's not just dumping on off, which is cool. I like that. Where did we come down to? Was it that doji? It was that doji. So that makes me feel a little bit better here. You put in that little teeny doji right around like 368. And that's where volume started to move in. We came down to that doji and we bounced. That's a decent little sign. I can dig that. And you may have a slight little uptrend on the stock. Okay. I mean, I know there's like literally no volume, but when the volume starts to come on in, that's when the thing could really start ripping 20, 30, 40 cents. So right now, I'm still going to be patient with SOUN. I like how we came down and bounced off that little doji area. I like the trend line that we're sitting at right now as well. We still have room to yesterday's high. So, I mean, I would say 4 to 407 is going to be where we're looking to lock in some profits. I mean, we have about 25 cents to the upside. My risk is about 10 cents, 12 cents on the stock right now. I do think if we break that 4 and 407, that's when we're really going to start taking on off. And we have great potential up towards around 470 here on SOUN. So I'm still going to hold this. And I may look to add to it here because I am starting to like what we're seeing. I am starting to like this a little bit. A little bit more. The more we talk about it, I'm liking it just a little bit more. I know there's no volume. But when that volume starts to move on in, I think this thing could really start taking on off. So I'm going to be patient with it. And I'm still going to work this trade and see if we can't get that rip and run up towards around 4 buckaroos here. So SOUN is still on watch for me for that mid-candle breakout, guys. It's still on watch for me at this point in time for this possible mid-candle breakout here on SOUN. It's a little bit of a sleeper play at this point in time, right? There's literally no volume. It's not very active. It is definitely more or less a sleeper play, and we know how these sleepers can work on out. We know that when they wake up, they wake up. They really like to wake up. So let's see if we can get this thing to wake on up a little bit. What are we at? 377 cost basis. Keeping it nice and tight here. Keeping it nice and tight. We want to start to see this thing break. I would think this candle or the next candle should be the candle that gets us to 4 and then 407. Breaking back below 368, I don't like it. You'll probably start to see me walking away from this trade. I'd like to see this go ahead and start breaking. This is the point where I would think we would break, again, this candle or the next candle up to that 4 and then 407 level. So finger is on the trigger right now. And she's still struggling. So you got the bids at 375. You got the ask at 379. We can get these bids up into the 380s. We can definitely push to 4. But it's struggling just a little bit. Is there anything else going on? We don't want to miss anything. Don't want to miss anything. LLL. Again, you had that $1.84 to $2 support. It ran right up to $2.44, and our target was $2.48, so that's pretty darn close. REV, yeah. You know my my 2 cents on REV. Next target, though, for these for those of you watching REV, for those of you interested in REV, you do have room to $10 next. AERC. Never confirmed an entry. DAWN, not too much there. Still trying to give SOUN a chance. WKSP is just really slow. It's curling on over, looking like it wants to dump on off here a little bit. But now we got XXII getting some action. What do we have with XXII? That was a late press release. Yeah, that was a very late press release. FDA has cleared Juul. Well, FDA has cleared Juul rivals to keep tobacco-flavored e-cigarettes on the market. Juul could appeal FDA decision, sue, or revise its application. So the FDA is preparing to order Juul e-cigarettes off of the U.S. market. So now you have XXII, 22nd Century Group. This stock right now getting some action to the upside. Again, it's a pretty scattered day. It really is a pretty scattered day. You got volume pretty much everywhere. You got a couple decent stocks with decent setups. Not really doing too much at this point in time. LLL, nice big rip on up. We need to wait to see what this thing's going to do over the next couple of minutes. Again, REV came right up to that 200-day moving average. That was our targets. If it breaks that level, you can probably see $10 next. And other than that, you know, at this point in time, guys, there's literally 2 stocks to be watching. LLL off the halt level, right? Filling this intraday gap, also bouncing off the halt level of 184. You could look for a nice little dip buy opportunity here off the 184 level of support for that leg back up into the 240s. So I do like LLL. I think LLL has great potential. Again, 184 support at this point in time. And then SOUN, I'm probably going to have to walk away. It's just not doing anything, which is unfortunate. Had tons of great potential, but right now it's not doing anything. So I'm probably going to start walking away from this because it should have already made that move, right? Had an opportunity. Now it's starting to roll on over. Traders are just not moving in. Traders are not here. It's okay. Market's a little weird yesterday and today as well. So I'm gonna start closing this position out here, guys. So right now, I still got a little bit left. I still have a teeny little bit left. Just in case it does start popping on up again, but I doubt it. Just in case it starts popping on up, but I mean, I highly doubt it. Oh, yeah, you're just going to pop on up a little bit. Again, I'm not crazy about it, so I am just going to... I'm going to get out of that. I'm out. I'm done with it. We'll find a better opportunity. This thing's a little too slow. It had the potential. It had the opportunity. It's just not doing anything. It's sitting sideways. I'm not crazy about it at this point in time. I'd rather put my focus somewhere else. How's the SPY and the Qs doing? Over that 370, 63. We haven't looked back yet. How about the Qs? Qs, nice thing too. Nice break. Even came down and retested your 278.12. And since then, just straight on up. So where do you have room next? Here on the Qs if you're on the Qs. Yesterday's highs. Yesterday's highs right around 283. 283 on the Qs. And then yesterday's highs here on the SPY right into the 376s. So you got about 2 more points to go to the upside here on the SPY before you run into some pretty good resistance. And then 283.49 resistance on the Qs. So do you guys see anything right now at this point in time that really stands out to you? Do you guys see anything that stands out to you that you think has really good potential? All right. Again, just to recap, you have XXII moving on up. You do have the Biden administration targeting the removal of most nicotine from cigarettes. And then that's impacting Juul. Juul's requesting to continue selling its tobacco and menthol flavored e-cigarettes. The FDA is actually preparing to remove those from the U.S. market. They're with Juul. So you got XXII moving on up, and this stock has potential to 242. LLL is just starting to slow down a little bit. I mean, I still like this stock. I think there could be some potential here, but we need to give it some time. We just need to give it some time and see what it does around 184-ish. REV, it just feels like a gamble. It just feels a little too risky. We can go ahead and take AERC off the watch list. There was never a confirmation to get in, so, just not working on out. SOUN had potential for the mid-candle, not playing on out. We can go ahead and take SIDU off watch as it's not bouncing off the gap level. So right now, we only have 3 stocks. XXII supports back down at 205, resistance at 242. LLL, I like this stock. I think there's potential. We need to wait for it to come back down to 184 and see what it does around that halt level here intraday. And then REV, my stance on that. Now, is there anything that you guys are seeing that looks good? All right, talk to me, guys. You guys can be active. You guys can talk. You know that, right? You don't have to just sit back and listen to me talk all day. We're a community. We can engage with one another. It's fun, right? More eyes on the market, more opportunities. Share those ideas. Let's have some fun here, guys. Charles is looking at Snap. Snap's having a good little day, decent little day, just moving with the overall market, right? Snap's just really kind of grinding and trucking along with the overall market, just correlating there. So, okay, Snap's having a decent little day. Everything on my list is having a pretty decent day as well. Netflix is up 6 points. Roku's up 3. Snowflake's up 2 points. Roblox is up here about $1 now. AMD, Square. So... CLVS. So, yeah, you got CLVS. I mean, that's a pretty weird looking mid-candle breakout, but it's definitely setting up for a possible mid-candle. So you got that large upper shadow. That's the only problem. Just a very large upper shadow here yesterday, which really makes this a kind of ugly, setting up for a mid-candle breakout, maybe for tomorrow. But we'll see. We'll see with CLVS. Right now, the one thing I want to point out is the trend is your friend. So what do we see here short term is we do have this downtrend still from pre-market. So it's technically still putting in the lower lows and the lower highs. So I know that it just broke up a little bit here intraday, but I need you to put this on a higher time frame, zoom out, look at the bigger picture, and we could still see that the stock is in a downtrend. The stock is selling off. Now, the stock will bounce, right? It will bounce, then it moves lower. It'll bounce and move lower. It'll bounce a little bit, but it still continues to move lower as it's still in a little bit of this downtrend at this point in time. So we actually need to see some kind of reversal formation, actually get an indication that the stock is no longer in a downtrend, more or less in an uptrend, and we could look to play it long. But right now, I do not want to trade against the trend. So let's see what we have coming on up with CLVS, but I wouldn't be personally too ecstatic of just a little bounce, because we've seen little bounces. Little bounce, dump on off. Little bounce, dump on off. Little bounce, what could probably happen? Maybe it dumps on off. Again, keep it on watch, but let's make sure that we actually see confirmation that she's going to reverse, that it's actually reversing, so we're on the right side of that trade. Support, you could say support would be off yesterday's close. All right, so support right now, 164. Let's keep it on watch above 164 and see if we can bounce off 164. All right, let's see if we can start holding this level up as support and see what we have coming on up. You know, we could see it up towards around 183. Oh, look at that. That was a massive dump. Is XXII shortable? It is easy to short. All right. It is easy to short. I like that massive dump. So the next little move on up, I would look to short this for sure. Especially since it's already dumped like that. Yeah, H, absolutely, absolutely. I just want to make sure that we're on the right side of these trades. I just want to make sure that we're always on the right side of our trades. And sometimes we get that analysis paralysis. We're only looking at the last, 37 minutes of data, but we should be looking at what happened in pre-market, what happened yesterday, the day before, the bigger picture. So sometimes just throwing that on a higher time frame just to zoom out and look at the bigger picture will help you get a better idea of where the stock more or less is heading to next. I'm not saying it can't move. I'm saying you should be a little patient and actually make sure that it's actually going to reverse a little bit before we start looking to trade against the trend. This is a little three-legged pullback on XXII. A little bit of a three-legged pullback here. Is it easy to borrow on TD or anything like that? Here on XXII. XXII. Let's go look and see what about Fidelity. Let's go sell short. It's shortable. It's pretty easy to short, actually. Here on XXII. It is easy to short on my other account as well. That's a little bit of a three-legged pullback. We can start cracking below VWAP in 2. This thing can really start dumping on down here a little bit. I'm definitely curious to see if we do start indeed dropping on off. Here on XXII, massive dump, three-legged pullback into that 9 EMA. We could absolutely see the next leg down. I mean, that's a solid little strategy there. I like those three-legged pullbacks, especially after a pretty massive dump. Let's see if it can start dumping on off again here on XXII, maybe below that $2 level to see this thing open on up to the downside here on XXII. We want to see it just drop below 205 if it's going to be that little two-legged pullback. There's 205. Start dropping on off. You need to be fast, hard, and heavy. Those three-legged pullbacks, you want to see it drop on off relatively quick. You want to see them drop off relatively quick. If it starts bouncing back above, I would say like 210, I'll probably just get out. If it Starts popping back above 210, 211. I'll just go ahead and get out. But I like that three-legged pullback opportunity that's presenting itself. We just need to start to see it crack that 205, 204. We can get down towards around like 190. But right now, again, just when you see an opportunity present itself, the stock stops moving. That was my issue with SOUN. I see a great opportunity present itself. I take the trade, then it just stops moving. XXII, massive dump, bouncing off the VWAP into the 9 EMA. That's a three-legged pullback. It's meeting the criteria. Then it just stops moving. Like, what's going on? When I look at the stock, it moves. When I am in the stock, it stops moving. Can we start dumping on off here on XXII? Can we get that next little leg down? Right now, just taking forever. That's not how a three-legged pullback plays on out. That's not how a three-legged pullback develops. So now, I'm not really digging it because it's not doing what I expect it to do for a 2 to 3-legged pullback. You know, it's about 3 minutes behind what should be happening here. So, again, I'm still being patient, but my finger is on the trigger, just so you guys know. I have carpal tunnel right now, but my finger is on the trigger just in case I need to walk away. But right now, I am shorting XXII off the three-legged pullback. See if we can start dumping on off. I'm going to go ahead and add to it here. What's my cost basis? 206. If I start the seat above 210, I'm going to get out. If it doesn't start dropping here, I'm just going to start closing out. If it doesn't start dumping right here, I'm going to start getting out of this. It's taken way too long. If it's going to drop, it's going to drop. I'm walking away. Walking away. Walking away. I'm out. Jesus. All right. He's okay. You don't want to drop off a good setup? Whatever. I'll take another loss. My goodness. Woo! This market, man, I tell you what. The last couple of days, I mean, quality setups. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I mean, good setups. I'm not upset with these trades at all. I've taken these trades thousands of times. Literally, I'm not joking. Thousands of times. We're not seeing any follow-through. Again, today, we're not seeing follow-through. But what's a three-legged pullback? I'd be more than happy to explain what a three-legged pullback is. All right, so a three-legged pullback. So number one, it starts with a massive drop, okay? And I absolutely love three-legged pullbacks, 100%. So it typically starts, number one, with just a massive drop on off, right? You just get one big drop, one big red candle just dumps, and you're like, whoa, massive dump, okay? Then what you see is about 2 to 3 green candles that bounce. So you get a little bit of a bounce, you get a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of a bounce. You see a little something like this. So what you see with volume as well is we need to look at the volume is you'll have very high volume on that red candle, very high volume. And what you want to see along this bounce is decreased volume. So you're going to get a massive drop, just a big dump. Okay, and then it bounces. Okay, you get a little bit of a bounce. It's a weak bounce, right? Shorts covering, longs coming in, but it's a weak bounce. How do we dictate and determine if it's a weak bounce? Well, we see decreasing volume. And when you pair that with the VWAP or the 9 EMA as resistance, it really helps that trade. So what you typically want to see is a 9 EMA coming right over the top, or maybe a VWAP coming right over the top. So you have a massive drop down below the VWAP or the 9 EMA. It bounces back up. It's a weak bounce. It's a decreasing volume bounce, 2 to 3 candles, right? That's why it's called a 2 to 3-legged pullback. It's 2 to 3 candles bouncing into the 9 EMA or into the VWAP, and then typically what you see is a continuation move. You will see that massive drop, the 3-legged pullback into the 9 EMA or into the VWAP. One of the two is fine. As long as that bounce occurs with decreased volume, 80% of the time, you see it open up and continue its drop on down. That is called a three-legged pullback. So what do we have here on XXII? We have this massive drop on off. Absolutely massive dump on off. Okay, so what do I start to see? It's bouncing. What do I start to see? It's bouncing. But what do I start to see? I see decreasing volume. What else do I see? I see it's getting rejected off that 9 EMA. I mean, look at how beautiful that looks. Massive dump, 3 candles to the upside, decreased volume, rejected there off the 9 EMA. After it already dumped on down, I'm looking for a continuation move on down off that 3-legged pullback. What should we see? The next candle, it should open on up and start dropping. It should start dropping. It's not dropping. It's taking too long. It's not a 3-legged pullback anymore. It's just stalling. It's not following through. I'm walking away. I'm just walking away. But that would have been a beautiful 3-legged pullback. Nice drop, weak bounce into the 9 EMA, had potential to crack that VWAP, dump on down into the 193s. My risk was nice and tight. My reward was pretty decent. It was a beautiful setup. The confirmation was there. It was validated. It just didn't play on out, so I walked away from it. And that's one thing I noticed since yesterday is there's no follow-through with some of these setups. But that is a 3-legged pullback, and that's why I jumped in on that trade, because I do like those 3-legged pullbacks. It's a strategy that I like. It's a strategy that works really well for me. So CLVS, not a lot happening there. What's up with SIGA? SIGA starting to pull back pretty aggressively. XXII, now it's starting to roll on over. There's just no follow through today. Yesterday and today, right? That was it. There's just no follow through. And that's what's unfortunate. That's what can be frustrating is you see quality setups. I mean, yesterday, I wasn't upset with my trading day. I was really happy with every trade I took. There was just no follow through, which was unfortunate, but you have that, right? You can't expect every day to be an awesome day in the market. You can't expect every trade to be a winner. It's just, it does get frustrating. It is a little unfortunate when you see these quality setups and you're like, my goodness, that is beautiful. That's meeting that criteria to a T. Let's go. And then it starts the move. It starts and then it just stops, right? And then it just, everybody just leaves. It's like, yeah, the confirmation's there. The validation's there. Let's react. Let's get in. The move starts. The move starts and then it just stops. The move starts and then it just stops. It's just a little, it's a little frustrating, but no, we're good. Anything with CLVS, nothing there. SIGA fading and falling. XXII, random. LLL, we'll see what it does around 184. REV is still a pretty choppy stock. I want to short it, kind of. I kind of want to short this stock, but no, I'm not even going to touch it. That's just me. DAWN, though. Hey, guys, DAWN, this was another back burner play, was DAWN over that 1680. That's where I expect to see some great volume move on into DAWN. It's a heavily shorted stock. It is a stock that has great potential to get a nice little break and a nice little rip and run. So let's go ahead and shift our attention here on over to DAWN at this point in time. So if it doesn't break and start ripping, I would get out of this. I may look to start jumping on in before the 1680 break, as I do like DAWN. It was something that we were talking about this morning, and we really broke it down very thorough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start looking to jump on in here, as I am expecting a break over that 1680, and then it to just start opening on up and really ripping and running. If it doesn't open on up, if it doesn't rip and run, if it doesn't follow through, right? That's the word I'm going to start using today. If it just doesn't follow through when it should, should break out and start moving. It should start moving on this setup, this strategy, whatever the case is. If it starts the move and it struggles and it doesn't follow through, I'm walking away. I'm not going to hold this all the way down to 16 bucks. I'm expecting something to happen based on the analysis, based on, the breakdown and my thesis behind it. I'm expecting something to happen. Give it a chance. But if it doesn't start moving, if it doesn't start following through, if it doesn't play on out the way I expect it to play on out, I'm just going to walk away from these trades and not hold them too long and not take big losses. I definitely want to keep DAWN on watch, though, because if it does start breaking 1680, it's going to take on off. That's where I expect to see a lot of volume move in, is over 1680. Up to about 1720. I would say 1720 first. And then just psychological levels, guys. 18, 19, and then $20 on DAWN. 20% of the float is currently short. It had a killer press release last week. This stock is officially above the 200 SMA with a very nice bounce yesterday off the 200 SMA, trying to push on up again, looking for that break over last week's high, and then add on top of that the 20% short interest. I mean, overall, it's definitely a pretty appealing stock in my opinion. And that's why it was on my watch list today. All right, if it's going to go, it should start maybe breaking any moment. Any moment here. So right now, it's just kind of stalled. It's not really budging. You got 1678 on the bid, 1682 on the ask. The second we get these buyers above 1680, if we can get the buyers above 1680, that's where that should open on up. And that's when we should see that volume really move on in for that next leg up. 1680. All right, so buyers, they're 1685. You saw it pop a little bit, 1683. Starting to see it become a little bit more active at this point in time. Now you got 1684 on the bid. We do have room to 1720 first. And again, that next leg should occur right here, right now, over that 1680. That's where traders are waiting. That's where longs are looking to get in. That's the level that the trade starts to really validate itself. So let's see if buyers can start moving on in here. What's my cost basis? 1677 is my cost basis, and I have a first target of 1720. And then honestly, I think if this thing could really pick on up, right? If we can really start to see that volume move on in and these traders move on in, I do think we just blow past 1720 and really open on up. But we need to start see a little bit more volume move in. So now we got 1691 on the ask. Back down to 1680 on the bid, 1684. It's a little all over the place. And not really seeing the volume that I would, really want to see for that 1680 break. So volume's still a little scattered at this point in time. You still have a lot of traders over on REV. REV's moving around. But volume is still pretty scattered between XELA, CLVS has got a little bit of action towards it, SIGA was moving, XXII. It's not like there's just one or two stocks that are literally just stealing the volume and really just taking on off and that are super consistent. And one thing I do want to point out as well is yesterday, there was just that one stock that really started to move in lunch hours. I don't remember exactly which one it is. I'm going to go through these prior day movers, but there was one stock that I identified yesterday that just had the volume, it had the consistency, and it was solid. But it started to move up around 12 o'clock into the end of the day. So maybe we see some lunchtime action today where that's when we start to see traders really pick the stock that's going to be consistent, right? Right around that 11:30 area. That's when we started to see stocks really start to move consistently yesterday. The first hour, hour and a half, it was a little 50-50. These are my favorite explanations about mentality and analysis paralysis, especially watching it play out for a trade, because it's hard sometimes to see what is instead of what we want 100%. I was able to walk away from my trades today easily because I entered the unsure area of my trade, but I didn't let it play out. I got in my head and sold, then watched the SPY call rip. Only one trade today, small $20 profit. So I assume you're in a put. You got out. You're like, I'm not confident. Yeah, it's not playing out the way I expected. Let's go ahead and walk away because I could always look to get back in. And then boom, it starts to rip. And you salvage all your profit, right? You didn't lose a lot. You made a couple bucks. That's absolutely amazing. Like you said, get out of your head. No analysis paralysis. You know how these setups should move. You know how these stocks should move, right? We know how these setups should develop and play out. Now, I've been trading for 7 years. When I see a three-legged pullback, I know how it should play out. When I see a stock break a key level, I know that I should see volume move in and start to see it move. I know when a stock breaks a prior day close for a mid-candle breakout, I know exactly what should happen around that level. The only thing is, we're not seeing anything follow through. That's just simply put. Why am I down $500 yesterday and down $800 today? I'm down $800 now, it looks like. Because we're not seeing the follow through. It's sad. It's unfortunate. I kind of feel like I'm being a guinea pig at this point in time. I see good setups, and I'm not upset with the trades whatsoever. I'm just upset that the market conditions are kind of 50-50, and we're simply not getting the follow through. That's the only thing. The trades are here. The opportunities are here. They're setting up. They're validating. They're just not following through. So unfortunately, I'm having to walk away from them. But I'm not upset with the trades I'm taking. Just want to see these market conditions, a little bit more consistent. That's all. So I'm going to have to start walking away from DAWN. So I'm going to start, I'm going to start go ahead and just walking away here little by little. I only have 900 shares of it. I wasn't really super heavy or super aggressive, but it started to break 1680. I was in right before the break expecting it to really open on up and really take on off. And unfortunately, it's not. So I'm little by little getting on out here. Again, there's a lot of opportunity from what we can see, right? There's tons of opportunity in the market. I'm not upset with that. It's just we're not following through with the opportunity, which is a little unfortunate. That's all. Just no follow through. So, stepping out of this trade whittle by whittle. Just need one good trade. That's it. That's all we need is one trade to set up and follow through. That's it. If we keep getting these opportunities, that's fantastic. But if all of these opportunities don't follow through, that's when I start making a decision. Do I just shut down again and just say, heck with the market? Like, it's just not the market that I personally like to trade in. I mean, so many good opportunities, though. I'm not upset with the trades, that's for sure. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start walking away. I'm going to get out of that. Get out. Yep, I'm out. We're done. We're done with it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit back for the next 30 minutes. I am going to sit back for the next 30 minutes. And the reason why I'm going to sit back for the next 30 minutes is I was charting yesterday. I was kind of scanning around. And yesterday, it was right around 11:30, 12 o'clock when we actually saw stocks really start opening on up and moving. It was right around 11:30 when we started to see some good volume and some nice consistency. Nice, Catherine. You're just scalping the day. Base hitting day, 407 in and out. Yeah, you know, I could have probably done the same thing again today, and that was one thing that I did yesterday as I realized I'm not locking in my profits soon enough. I should be scalping versus looking for these bigger picture trades. Today, there were a couple opportunities where I was up, right? I was up a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there, and I'm like, all right, here we go. This is the move. I'm being a little too patient, right? I'm being just a little too patient. Not just in and out, in and out, in and out. And the reason I'm being patient, so you guys understand, is I saw killer opportunity with SOUN. I saw killer opportunity with SOUN. I was willing to be patient, but it just happened to stop me out. It's not a big deal. I saw killer opportunity with DAWN. I was willing just to be a little patient, and a little bit of patience goes against you. Because I was up a little bit on that trade. I was up, $100, $200 at one point. I could have taken it. But I would have been really upset if it would have started to rip and run the way I expected it to rip and run. So I was willing to take a small little loss there to give it a chance. And that's really what it was, is I was willing to give these a chance. I was up a little bit on XXII as well. If I would have just taken that little $100 here and that $200 there, yeah, I'd be green on the day. Absolutely, I'd be green on the day. I'm not, because I'm being patient, because I see potential with some of these plays, and I'm willing to be a little bit patient. I'm willing to take small paper cuts to be patient on the trade that could play out and be a $3,000, $4,000 winner. So $200 paper cut here, $270 there, $359 here. That's fine. Those are little paper cuts. And when I have that one trade that really works out in my favor, dude, that's a $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 trade. It was well worth the paper cuts. It was well worth being patient. So let's see if anything else presents itself. And let's see if there's any other fantastic opportunity. XELA is now starting to get some action to the upside. CLVS is slowly moving on up here. Tell you what, let's do this. I get to take a step out for about 2 minutes, use the restroom. Go ahead and type up what ticker you think has the best potential. Okay? Go ahead and tell me what stock you think has the best potential. One ticker, one stock that you're looking at. When we come back, we'll see exactly what you're looking at, and we'll land on the stock that we'll be looking at for the next 30 minutes and see if we can identify any opportunity, all right? I'll be right back with you guys in about 2 minutes, and let's see what you guys are thinking.
Caught myself looking back again, remembering the things you said, the memories of love we shared, the talk of growing old together. We were meant to last forever, but I miss the nights we used to go wherever, staring at the sky, counting on the stars, getting getting lost in your eyes, the perfect paradise. So take me back to the place where I belong. Cause it can, I can't do this on my own. Yeah, I know you said this over, but I won't leave this alone. Follow me, let's go through this black hole together. 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 As a dream and drift away, I hear a voice calling my name. I open my eyes and you're there. I hear you say, we're gonna run away to a distant hideaway where we can stay forever, be together. Come with me to another galaxy where we can be until the end of time. So take me back to the place where I belong. Cause it can, I can't do this on my own. Yeah, I know you said this over, but I won't leave this alone. Follow me, let's go through this black hole together.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know today I'm not making money. I get it. I know today it's a little in the market. Some of you guys are crushing it. Some of you guys are like, yeah, my edge isn't working. But guess what? Today is a day that you get to learn how to be disciplined. You know, what am I doing? Right? I'm putting on trades, but how am I going about my trades? When I lose, what's my mindset? What do I do after a loss? Right? Disconnecting, walking away. How do I keep that strong mindset? And I really like what Stir said inside of chat. And Stir really hit this on the head. And this is the truth. That, again, edges are at most 80-20. At best, an edge is 80-20. So that means 80% of the time, your edge will work. 20% of the time, your edge will not work. Today is just one of those days of the 20%. Yesterday was a day of that 20%. What was last Friday? Well, that was an 80% day. What was last Thursday? Well, that was an 80% day. What was last Wednesday for me? That was an 80% day, guys. Right now, today, it looks bad. You're like, geez, Josh, you're down $800. Josh, yesterday you lost $500. What are you doing? You're the worst trader in the world. You can't make money. You're down $1,300 in the last 2 days. What are you doing right now? You are a terrible trader. You're taking losses, guys. I made $4,000 on Friday. So, does it look all that bad now? No, it doesn't. It doesn't look bad. Look at what was done last week, the week before that, and compare it to today. And the fact that the day's not done yet, the week's not done yet, the month's not done yet. So that's my point, not what I'm up and what I'm doing, but if you are having a bad day today, it's okay. It's the 20%. If you're having a bad day yesterday, it's okay. Maybe that's the 20% of the time that your edge doesn't work in the current market. But what did you do last week? You have a killer week? You smash your goals? You exceed your goals? You actually finish higher than what you were expecting? Don't beat yourself up that you're having a red day, maybe. Don't beat yourself up that it's just not working today in this current market. That's the 20%. And that's exactly what Stir said inside of chat, and I absolutely loved it. He goes, I feel better knowing it's happening to everyone with lack of follow through. I mean, there's some traders in chat where their edge is working. There are some traders in chat where their edge isn't working the best. He goes, gonna chalk this up as the 20% of the time that our edges don't work and keep the losses small until the 80% returns. As long as you stay consistent, as long as you're great at managing your risk, Not over trading, not trading with emotions, having plans, being prepared, staying consistent, being disciplined. And you trade what's in your playbook, and you understand what your edge is, and you've identified your edge. And you just stay consistent with that. 80% of the time, you will be successful. You will see a winning trade, a winning day. 20% of the time, you will see a losing trade or a losing day. It's just math. At the end of the day, it's just numbers, right? The numbers don't lie. 80-20 doesn't mean you're going to be green every day. It means 80% of the time, you'll probably finish green. That's why it's 80-20. Put this in perspective, guys. I mean, literally, put this in perspective. There's 365 days in a year. So 20% of that, that's 73. So just based on 20%, that means on average, right, 73 days of the year, you're going to be red, right? 73 days of the year, you're going to be red. You're going to have a red day, right, based on that 80-20. So you have to be okay with understanding that you'll probably have 73 red days a year. And if there's 20 trading days in a month, that's 3 months. So just to put that in perspective, that is 25%. That's a fourth. Basically, a fourth of the year, you're probably going to be red, right? For 3 months, you may have 3 red months. You may have 3 months of no money, 3 months of break even. Again, 70-some days a year. Based on those statistics, based on that number of 80-20, that's what we're utilizing, you're going to have a red day, a red trade. It happens. It's inevitable. But like Stir said, keep your losses small. And I would have to say that yesterday I kept my losses small, down $500. Today, I feel like I'm keeping my losses relatively small. I'm down $800. That is nowhere close to what I can actually afford to lose on a trade. I'm keeping my losses small. I'm understanding the market and the conditions. We're not seeing the follow through. I'm not holding too long. I'm getting out quickly, chalking it up as a loss, biting the bullet, small paper cut. I'm going to continue to do that until we get that 80%, until we get that trade that follows through, and then boom, it makes up that loss plus some. That's all you have to do, guys. It's all about your mindset, your approach. Just do not beat yourself up. Don't beat yourself up. It's a part of the game. It happens. But like Stir said, keep your losses small. So right now, we trade penny stocks primarily. 80% of the time, we are looking at these small cap penny stocks. That's just where our focus tends to go. But right now, we're not really seeing a lot of that consistency and a lot of that follow through with these small cap pennies. So let's do this real quick. Let's just go ahead and scan through some of these small cap penny stocks and make sure we're not missing anything, right? Do we have anything with XELA? So, well, this morning it was a good trade, right? It was a good trade that had no follow through and it didn't work out. Came all the way down towards around 16, 17 cents and then bounced. Again, it's not moving. It's just even intraday from low to high. It's 27%, but literally the stock's been, trying to make that move for what? An hour? It's just very slow for me. But if you like these slow, steady movers, you have a smaller account, you want to get into something now and then sell it towards the end of the day, something that's going to move 5, 6, 7 cents maybe throughout the entire day, slow and steady, XELA would be a good candidate. All right. So where do you have support? Well, I would say support still back down towards around 19 cents. 19 cents was very strong support here in pre-market, and we cracked below it. Came right back up to that 19 cent level. Got rejected, and then we broke above it. Back up to that pre-market high of 21 cents. So I would say your best level of support here on XELA is going to be 19 cents. Top resistance, 21 cents. If you ever break over 21 for the third attempt with some good volume, you do have room to 23 cents on XELA. CLVS, I think we need to see it breaking 183 first. SIGA is looking a little weak right now. SIGA looks like it wants to possibly dump on off here. XXII is moving, but Oh no, can't seem to get an edge on this one. I still say we keep it on watch, but right now, I don't see there a reason to be getting in. You have a trend line here. Maybe throw a little bit of a trend line on XXII, but no entries right now. No reason to be getting in right here, in my opinion. Say we sit back a little bit longer and wait. LLL is done and fading. That can come off the watch list. DAWN, I would say DAWN maybe. We still watch DAWN at this point in time, just to see if we ever get a better, cleaner break over that 1680 for that nice little move on up. So I'll still watch DAWN at this point in time. And then SOUN was just a failed mid-candle breakout. It tried. It had the volume out of the gate. It was a beautiful setup. It just failed. It's okay. It happens. They're not all going to be right. They're not all going to work out the way you expect them to work out. And there's the little drop on SIGA. And then XXII kind of has that look to it as well. But I'm not seeing anything that really stands out that's screaming, trade me, trade me, trade me right now. So let's go ahead and shift our focus over to the SPY and the Qs. So that one level that I was talking about this morning was 370.63. I said if we do break above that level, as long as we stay above that level, play calls. Look to play calls. Well, it broke above 370.63 and it hasn't looked back. Where did it go? It went right up to our first target of 373, right up to our second target of 374, and then our final target of 376, which was yesterday's highs on the SPY. And right now the SPY still grinding on up here little by little by little. I don't like the daily chart right now, but we'll see how the SPY closes towards the end of the day. Depending on how we close, I may have a different outlook for tomorrow and the rest of the week. But right now at this point in time, at this pace, really depends on how we close. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the SPY another 10 points to the upside. No, I'm sorry, 8 points. 8 points to the upside. Right now, you do have support here off yesterday's high of day. Yesterday's resistance right around this 376.30 level. You would like to see the SPY holding above that level to get that next leg up. So right now at this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if you see the SPY at 384 by the end of the day. But if it doesn't hit that 384 by the end of the day, we come towards the end and we're somewhere around that 374, 375 area, and we still have decreased volume, I think we would see a little bit of a red day tomorrow. But again, we have plenty of time. There's still so much time before we close this day on out. PEV's halted. PEV halted to the upside. What's up with PEV? This right here validates the follow through. PEV. There's no news. There's no real strong daily technical formation, right? There's nothing here that we can identify that suggests, all right, this is the reason PEV is currently up 45%. This is the reason why PEV just had massive volume move in. This is the reason that PEV is halted to the upside. There's nothing that supports that. All we have is a newer IPO stock with a low float. What happens in the market when traders are bored? When traders are bored and when traders are desperate, what do you see happen? You see these newer IPO, low float stocks really randomly explode to the upside. That right there validates, hey, the market's pretty it's 50-50. We don't really have those 2 to 3 stocks really taking on off. We don't really see a lot of things following through. The volume's so scattered that traders are desperate now finding these lower float random stocks, and now they're starting to pop on up. The last thing I want to be doing is jumping into a stock like PEV and it dump. What do we call those, team? A stock that just randomly pumps on up for no apparent reason. What do we call those? Possible pump and dumps. They pump on up randomly because they're low floats and then they dump on off. I would be very careful with PEV in just my opinion. I would be very careful with PEV. Right? If you crack below 5, get out. If you crack below that halt level, get out. Right? It's risky watching this fall back below 5 in the halt level. But if you guys are in this, if you guys are like, screw you, Josh. PEV's going to 650. I don't care if it's a pump and dump. I'm trading it. I have kahunas of steel. All right, I wish you the best of luck. Make it happen. Below $5, it starts getting a little risky. Probably start dumping on off. Right now, you are getting halted here at 570. For me, I'm not trading PEV. The reason for that is I just have a feeling that I get in and it dumps. And I'm like, man, I knew I should have stayed away from that pump and dump. I'm not willing to risk it. So I'm just going to sit back. And if it runs, it runs. Again, I do not see any news on PEV. I looked at filings on PEV. I did not see any filings on the stock. The last press release I see was on the 8th of June. And that's when the EV maker Phoenix Motor stock tumbled 39% following that $16 million IPO. That was the IPO day. But let's go ahead and do this. Is there any other EV stocks moving, or is it just PEV randomly? Right? EV maker Phoenix Motor, right? Up 60%. Was there something said that's moving that sector? So do we have like maybe Neo moving? Neo's moving a little bit. What about Rivian? Rivian's moving with the overall market, right? You can definitely see it's moving with the overall market here. What about Ride? Ride's moving on up a little bit today, but it's not moving like PEV, right? PEV is just absolutely bananas. So I didn't know if the overall market was bananas where we're seeing something like sector sympathy. I'm like, okay, well, that would validate the move. Sector sympathy. But we don't see any of these other stocks really ripping the way PEV is ripping. So still at this point in time, no filings, no news. We don't see Rivian. We don't see Neo. We don't see Ride. We don't really see a lot of these other EV-related stocks ripping, where it would suggest maybe sector sympathy. Still, to me, it looks like a pretty random midday pump, as there's not a lot of opportunity out there. Angela, VERU. Yeah, so you got VERU support at 1369. So we can see here that we came on up towards around 1369. We got rejected at 1369. We broke above that level, came back and retested, and then we pushed off that level very nicely up towards around 1418. So I would say you have some okay support right around 1369. And you have a slight little downtrend here, Angela. So if you hold 1369, right, if you hold 1369 and we proceed to break that downtrend, that could confirm a nice little entry up towards around 1417, right around that high a day at 1417. It's not terrible. It's just not fantastic, right? It's not a terrible little opportunity. It's just not really captivating me, really pulling me in, really getting my focus. I'm just like 50-50. It has potential. It looks decent, but it's not really pulling me in and making me super confident to just jump on in. Yes, we're making some updates, Mr. Joey. So he pushed an update to chat, and that was one thing that we are still working on. At this point in time is the free chat room. So yes, you could not type today because I didn't click a button to open it. So the free stream was on, but the chat room was closed. So we're still doing a few updates there, Joey. You should be all set next week. And that's what you have to do, guys. I like what you're saying. All right, you're paper trading. right? If you are taking positions, they're super small. So if you're winning, there's small wins, but if you're losing, there's super small losses. And once you start to see that market return to the way you trade the market, right? The market kind of heats back up. The market starts working with you a little bit better, and your edge starts to work. That's when you're going to know. You're going to know, like, okay, this is the market, right? This is the time to go in. This is the time to make it happen. And you know right now it's not the time. You know right now it's like, all right, let me paper trade. If I take a trade, one contract. If I take a trade, maybe just 100 shares. Or if I take a loss, it's maybe 20, 30 bucks, right? I'm not risking hundreds. You're going to know the second the market conditions flip in your favor. You're going to know, you're going to feel it, you're going to see it, you're going to be like, yes, let's go. This is the time to make it happen. But it's just a game of patience, guys. It is a game of patience. PEV still ripping on up, guys. PEV, again, 650 up here is going to be that main level of resistance on PEV. Again, I'm not touching it up here in the 590s. I'm not touching it at 6. I'm definitely not touching it at 640. If it breaks, so be it. But again, this stock is very overextended. The rule is when a stock is up more than 25, 50 cents to the upside without pulling back, you don't touch it. Well, it's very clear that this stock is up over $2 to the upside. Hasn't pulled back yet. I'm going to wait for a pullback before I even consider a position here on PEV. And you know, if we don't see it just dump on off and we actually see it consistent and we actually see the technicals being honored, I would consider a trade on PEV. But I'm still waiting just to make sure that it doesn't actually dump. Because if it just starts dumping, I feel good that I was like, all right, I stayed away from it. I'm not in this pump and dump trade. But if we actually see it consistent and we see those technicals more or less being honored and we see the thing following through, let's go. Let's see if we can make a couple bucks here. So as we're waiting for PEV to get a decent little healthy pullback for us, do we have anything with XELA? Yeah, you got a little bit of this cup and handle. So if you are still holding XELA here, you're looking for that $21 or 21 cent break up towards around 23 cents on XELA. I think CLVS would be a nice little mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. Nothing really happening with REV at this point in time. Nothing happening with XXII anymore. SIGA is fading and falling. Not too much with DAWN. So right now, traders, PEV is where everybody's eyes should be peeled, but I want you to understand it is riskier simply because there's just no reason for the stock to be moving. And when you see low float stocks like this moving randomly, 70% of the time, they're pump and dumps, right? They're pump and dumps. They pump on up, they start moving, they start captivating you, you start getting interested, you start thinking about a trade, and then boom, it dumps on you. And you're like, what happened? Well, you look and you're like, well, why was the stock moving in the first place? Oh, there was really no reason for the stock to be moving in the first place. It was just a random mover. It got dumped on off. I don't want you guys getting caught up in some kind of pump and dump. So right now, instead of being the guinea pig, I'm just going to be a little bit more patient. Maybe another 5-10 minutes. Let's see what it does over the next 5-10 minutes. Is it still going to move? Is it still going to rip and run? Is it still going to honor its technicals and actually set up and be consistent? Or is it really going to dump? Let's give it about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and see what happens over that time. Yeah, so like Catherine said, get your PEV trade in before Josh jumps in. Absolutely. Oh, man. Yes, get your trade in on PEV before Josh jumps on in. Because when Josh jumps on in, I mean, it'll be like an A+ setup. It'll be the best setup you've ever seen. It'll be the best trade ever. It's the type of trade that gives you bragging rights. But when Josh gets in, what happened? Nothing. Literally nothing. It just set sideways. I hope you guys know I'm just messing around. I'm joking. I love the market. I'm not upset with the market. I want to make money, right? I want to make great trades, and I want to make money. I've made good trades. I would say some of these trades were great. I've liked them. They were fantastic. They are a part of my playbook. It's my edge. So I'm happy with the trades. There's great opportunity. Like, I love the market. It's giving us opportunity. Really good setups, really good trades. They're just not following through. And without the follow through, I'm not making money. So that's the only thing that's missing here. The trades are here. I can brag about my trades, right? They are trades that give me bragging rights because they were quality, really good setups. I just don't have any money to show for them. I don't have any profits to show for them. Again, team, that three-legged pullback, I would take it again. The break over that 1680 on DAWN, where that volume should move in, and I like the fact that it's heavily shorted. I'd take that trade again all day. I'm not upset with my trades. I'm just upset that we don't get the follow through. So, yeah, check this out. So, Catherine, really proving a point here. Josh, every trade but one I took today was called out by you. And she's profitable. She's profitable. Isn't that crazy? That we both took the same exact trades. She's profitable, and I'm losing. Why is that? She locked in her profits a lot quicker. She scalped. I was a little too patient. Which is crazy. That's awesome. That's absolutely amazing. Two traders. Same stock, same entries, same reasons. One trader's very profitable. One trader is slightly down on the day. It's pretty crazy. Again, those setups had great potential behind them that I wasn't willing to get out that quick. I wanted to just hold a little bit longer and see if we actually got that move. But it's okay. Yeah, right, Hunter? Yeah, exactly. You just got to trade against the market. Right? Trading Hunter said, hey, it's like if we see a boom, boom, bang, just short it. You see a bull flag, short it. You see a 5-minute revert, short it. You see a head and shoulders formation, go long on it. It's like, what? I'm going long on this head and shoulders, guys. You're like, what do you mean? Cheryl said, same for me. Made $1,250 on LLL, and I wouldn't have had it if you hadn't called it. That's amazing, Cheryl. Cheryl over on YouTube, locking in $1,250 on LLL. Congratulations. That's absolutely amazing. So here we go. Let's just see what kind of updates we had over the last few moments. So Fed Powell says there are constraints on housing construction. Says we could find there's not enough housing at the right price. Well, no crap. The median price of houses have gone up substantially. I mean, what was worth 200 grand 2 years ago is now worth almost $500,000. Wages aren't going up to be able to afford these new mortgages. And on top of that, rates going up. No one can afford a house right now. But what do we see? We talked about this a year ago. Why are all of these corporations, right, selling gold? We talked about that. Who was with me a year ago when we talked about this? Why in the world are all of these corporations selling gold and buying real estate? Do they know something that that we don't know? Right? Is there a reason that they're liquidating all of their gold and getting really aggressive on real estate? Maybe they saw interest rates going up. Maybe they saw the opportunity to buy up all this real estate to prop the values up to make it unaffordable for people, to force them into renting, and they're renting these properties so they make the rental income, which is better than owning gold. Who talked about that a year and a half ago? Oh my gosh. Yes, it's crazy. So no crap, pal. No one can afford houses right now. Like, it's insane. My house that was 200 grand is worth like 350 now. The rates are up from 3% to 6%. Those payments have gone from $1,250, $1,500 to $3,000. Has my income doubled? Has everybody else's income doubled to be able to afford double the house? No, they haven't. No, so it definitely you can't catch up. It's going to bring the prices back down. It's not sustainable. It's not. Unless everybody says, "Yep, we're going to double your pay so you can afford double the rent or double the mortgage." It's not sustainable. No one can afford the rents. No one can afford to buy these houses at the values. And no one can afford the loan because the interest rate's so high. Yeah, the prices are coming back down. You already see price cut, price cut, price cut, price cut, price cut. So breaking news. Breaking news. The sky is blue and water is wet. And we could find that there's not enough housing at the right price. Well, no crap. All right, cool. Says there are constraints on housing construction. Powell says we are far from target on inflation. No crap. Says we don't think we will need to provoke a recession. Okay, well, if you don't get this under control, buddy, you're going to provoke a recession, but we'll see. I was persuaded it was important we make the 75 basis point move now. I agree with that. I think it was important that you did 75 basis points. You're stepping it up. You understand it's out of control, but you're not scared. You understand what's going on and you have it under control. I like that. Tremendously challenging situation of agricultural industry. Ray Dalio warns of stagflation, calls Fed naive and inconsistent for raising interest rates. Ray, what? Fed Powell says there's not anything Fed can do about oil prices. Says not Fed's judgment to make on oil industry competition. We don't think we've seen full effect of lockdowns in China yet. So pretty much everything we know. Like Stir said, sky's blue, water's wet. Pretty much everything we've already known. Cash buyers, yep, 100%. Absolutely. Real estate's profitable in the down market, 100%. Why? Again, we talked about this last year. Like, why would they be going? They were so heavy on their gold assets, and they started just liquidating them all. And they actually started to become more aggressive. They allocated like an extra, 10% of their investments into the real estate. And they were paying over asking for these houses. And you're like, why would someone do that? Why would someone sell all their gold, spend more money than what they typically do, like doubling down on how much they're investing in real estate, and then going out there and paying 20, 30 grand more money for the house? Why are they just outbidding just people? Why? Like, why? Well, we know why. We talked about this a year and a half ago, right? They're not just doing it randomly. Someone knows something, right? Interest rates are going to be going on up. You know, by them coming in here and overbidding 20, 30 grand, it brings the rest of the values up. Then, boom, they can buy that property. An extra 20, 30 grand over, boom, brings the values up. Now they start having, market share. They start controlling the market in a sense, what's the term I'm looking for? Synthetically bringing the market up. If you come in and you buy 2 or 3 properties at 30 grand over asking, that brings the comps up in the area. Then you go buy those properties 20, 30 grand over asking, that brings the comps up in the area. Now you're just propping up the values of these homes, synthetically in a sense, and you're outbidding, people that want to buy homes, which is sad. Make them unaffordable. Interest rates are going to be going up. People can't afford a home with those interest rates, let alone how much these housing prices have gone up 50, 60, 70% in 2 years, and you force them to rent from you. I mean, smart. Smart. Is DAWN forming a bull flag? So I would say, yeah, because I'm looking at it on a 5-minute time frame. I would say yes, because it looks like a bull flag. It definitely is meeting some of the structure, right? The formation, the way it's developing. But the one thing it's not doing is giving you the criteria for a bull flag. Okay, so yes, from an appearance, bull flag. From a criteria standpoint, no. And the reason for that is, what is a bull flag? A bull flag consists of a very strong move to the upside, right? Very strong move to the upside, followed by a period of consolidation, right? That is a bull flag. A strong move up, followed by consolidation. And what's one of the big pieces of criteria that we look for in a bull flag? During that strong move up, we want to see increased volume, right? We want to see strong volume and a strong move on up. What's one thing we do not have with DAWN? We do not have strong volume. That is it. We just don't have strong volume. So that's the only thing that makes it unappealing, is the lack of volume. Oh, no. Just when you thought PEV was getting halted to the upside, a huge order came in, broke it out of that halt, and now we're getting halted to the downside. Ugh, that's disgusting. A $1 drop in literally 10 seconds. Just when you thought it was getting halted to the upside and it was stuck, we are now halted to the downside. It's coming back down to $5. There's your dump. There's your start of your dump. She's coming on down to $5, guys. It's crazy how things can change so quick in the market. Seriously, it was getting halted to the upside. You saw that. The bids were stacking. And then boom, 10 seconds later, it's halted to the downside. Wow. XELA just hit 23 cents. So right now, I don't really see too much. No, at this point in time, it's just PEV. I'm just a little 50-50 with trading it. That's just me, right? It's just me. The stock was way too overextended. Right? The stock was way too overextended. If you were jumping in, congrats. Risky, but congratulations, right? If you were chasing this up 50 cents, I mean, again, congratulations. Don't get in the bad habit of doing that, because there's going to be that one time that you see a stock running like PEV, and you're going to jump in thinking it's going to do what PEV did, and that thing is going to dump on you, and you're going to be so upset that you jumped in and you chased the stock. Don't fall in a bad habit of chasing. If you were not chasing this and this was strategic and planned, good job. If you look back right now, if you traded PEV and you look back right now and said, yeah, I chased it, understand that you chased it, learn from it, right? You got lucky. That's it. It wasn't skill. If you look back at PEV right now and you say, yeah, I feel like I chased it, you got lucky. Own it. Say, I got lucky. That wasn't skill. That was luck. Do not trade on luck, because eventually you are going to get burned big time. But if this was skill, if you had a strategy behind it, and there was a reason to get in, and you had a plan, congratulations, right? But do not fall in the bad habit of chasing stocks and hoping they rip and run and getting lucky, because you cannot, sustain these consistent profits with luck. But good job. Isn't that FOMO, the fear of missing out? Yeah, that is FOMO all day. If you're chasing stocks up 50, 60, 70%, let's be honest, you have the fear of missing out. You think the stock is going to go another 50, 60 cents, another $1. You think you're going to make all the money in the world. That is FOMO. That is the fear of missing out. You fear that if you don't buy it at $5, you're going to miss the run to 668. That's FOMO. Every now and then you get lucky. I got lucky as a new trader. A lot. But I blew up a lot of accounts by FOMOing in. James hit it on the head. I'd rather miss out than gamble. And honestly, when I saw PEV breaking $5 up to $5.50, it was up $1 without pulling back. I felt as if I bought that stock, I was gambling. So I didn't trade it. If I would have bought it, I would have made a lot of money. But at that point in time, what kind of trader am I to buy a stock that's up $1 without pulling back? I'm a gambler. Simply put, I would be gambling, FOMOing in, hoping it can push another dollar with no strategy, no skill set behind it. So I did the right thing for me, and I sat back on my hands and just watched the entire move. So again, if you got in this, if you were looking at this earlier in the day, before volume moved in the first place, congratulations. I like that too, Lambo guy. A loss of opportunity is better than a loss of capital. Amen to that. 100%. 100%. I couldn't agree more. That was probably the best statement I've ever heard. So let's scan. All right, PEV. Support back down around 5. Maybe you see a little bit of a bounce at 5. XELA, decent little cup and handle. Had that big U shape. Came down, double bottom. Broke over 21 cents, right to 23. Nice little cup and handle formation there on XELA. And DAWN just doesn't have any volume at this point in time. So the one penny stock that's moving consistently, I mean, it's moving consistently, but it's not a great looking stock. It's PEV. So you got PEV rocking and rolling a little bit at this point in time. And the SPY and the Qs are slowing down here. Slowing down. Out of the gate, beautiful stuff. Out of the gate, the SPY never dropping back below that 370.60. Beautiful. The Qs never falling back below that 278.12. Beautiful move out of the gate. Just straight open to the upside. Absolutely amazing. And right now, the only penny stock that we have that we could continue to keep on watch is going to be PEV. Now, PEV could bounce at 5. You do have a halt level right now on PEV down around 494. Down towards around 494 is the halt level. Let's see what happens over the next couple of minutes. Let's see what happens. I'm going to give it about 2-3 more minutes and see what we have coming on up with PEV. Maybe we get a nice little dip buy opportunity here on PEV, depending on if that halt level will adjust a little bit lower. Now it's at 489 is the halt level. 489 on PEV is the halt level. So 489. We have 497 halt level support and $5. We could see a nice little bounce here right around that 497 on PEV. Where's the halt level now? 482. Halt level is 482 on PEV. Maybe we get a nice little halt, a little bit of a gap fill, that intraday gap fill. We have that gap up from the halt. You know, come on down, fill the gap, bounce off the halt level. It's right at $5 support as well. So you have a few separate reasons that you could absolutely see a nice little bounce at 497, but it's not dumping into that level quick enough, right? The slower and steadier it is, it's not a dip buy. I want to see those really volatile drops on down to get those dip buy entries. I'm not really seeing that volatility down to that 497 that I want to see the jump in. So let's do this, all right? Let's do this. Do you have any questions? If you have any questions, comments, drop those. We will custom tailor a lesson for you today that pertains to you and what you need help with right now in this market. If you're like, Josh, I don't need help. I know everything, okay? I know everything. I don't need you to answer any questions. I don't have questions, right? I know everything, all right? Then we're going to dive into a lesson. But I'm sure some of you guys have questions. I know you have questions. I know you need help with something. Maybe you don't understand SMAs. Let me help you understand SMAs. Maybe you don't understand a head and shoulders formation and the criteria. Let me help you understand that so you can walk away learning something new today with that clarification to build your confidence. Let me help you. I need you to answer or ask me questions so I can answer those for you and help you guys out. A couple minutes, right? Shoot. If you have any questions, let's dive into it. If not, we are going to talk about futures today. Not really. Kind of, yes. It bleeds in the futures. It bleeds in the futures. Josh, do you still have a small position on SOUN? I do not. As you can see here, I have nothing on SOUN. I am zeroed out. I have no open position at this point in time. Yep, DAWN is jumping on up, but there's no volume. So I'm not crazy about it. There's no volume there. I know you probably have a vid on it, but before I go watch it, could you suggest methods on locating stocks prior to pre-market open? So would you suggest methods on locating stocks prior to pre-market open? Do you mean a method on identifying stocks prior to pre-market open? Let me confirm. Are you asking, do I have a method on identifying stocks before the market opens at 9:30? Is that the question, James? Do I have a method of identifying stocks before the market opens at 9:30? I just want to verify if that's the question. Byron, do you provide one-on-one coaching with your programs? We do. Yes, members only at this point in time. Our program is exclusive to Alpha Day Trading members. Okay, so members that sign up for our yearly plan, our yearly membership, they get a free one-on-one. So typically it's $199, but we do one free private mentoring session with the yearly membership. You also get additional private sessions for only $99. So it's 50% off. Then you get 50% off the course. You save $200 and you get everything else listed here that we do every single day inside of chat, and it's 33% off. So to answer your question, yes, we do, but you have to be a member, number one, to be able to enroll and to book a private mentoring session at this point in time. But if you're a yearly member, you get one included absolutely free, and then additional mentoring sessions, they're 50% off. So yes, we do. How to purchase during after hours. Mutaz, what's up, buddy? How do you purchase during after hours? How do you buy and sell stocks in after hours? You have to change your time in force, your TIF, the TIF, the time in force. You need to change it from day to extended, EXT. Number one, you need to change the time in force. You need to change like the order type, kind of like from market to limit, limit to stop. You need to change the TIF, the time in force. So if you look at, say, TD Ameritrade, and you come in here to TD Ameritrade, and you come in here and you add the TIF, the TIF, right? The TIF. You see here, it's standard at day. That's from 9:30 till 4 o'clock. I can buy and sell. If I want to buy and sell at, say, 5 p.m. when the market's closed, I need to come here and change the TIF, the time in force, from day to EXT, which stands for extended. So number one, depending on your broker, you need to change your time in force or check this is an after hours trade. Like Webull, you check a box. Fidelity, you change the TIF. There's another broker, you just check the box, right? You check a box or change the time in force. Number one. Number two, you have to use limit orders. You cannot buy and sell in pre-markets or post-market with a market order. You cannot, it will not go through, it will not get filled. It has to be limit orders only. So number one, change the time in force. Number two, limit orders only in pre-markets and post-markets. Next, your broker has to allow trading. Your broker has to allow trading during those hours. Fidelity opens up at 7 a.m. TD Ameritrade opens up at 7 a.m. Webull opens up at what time? Like 3 a.m. Lightspeed opens up at like 4 a.m. TradeStation, they open pre-market at 8 a.m. So then it really depends on your broker and what time they allow trading. Every broker has different times they will allow trading. So that's how you're going to purchase or sell in after hours. Depends on your broker. Change that time in force and use limit orders. How do you get your positions window? That is not a position window through TD Ameritrade. That is a position window through my broker. It's a pop-out, detachable positions window that I can throw up on the live stream for you guys. So I'm always being transparent with my P&L. Oh, you're good. Absolutely. Yep, P&L's up there. And today, it's not a great day, right? Today is not the best day in the world, right? Could it be better? Absolutely. But here's one thing that I just want to point out. You can't just look at one day, right? You can't just look at one day of loss and say, oh, you're good or bad. You can't just look at one day of profit and say, oh, you're fantastic. You got to look at the average. What's the average? Yesterday, I lost $500. Today, I've lost $830. But on Friday, I locked in $4,100, right? I locked in $4,100. Last week, I had another $400 day. I had an $800 day, right? So you just go through and you look at profits, and I post up all my profits in this profit chat. It's about the average. It's about the consistency behind it. Do I have red trades? Absolutely, I have red trades. Do I have red days? Absolutely, I have red days. But the beautiful thing about me and my trading is my red days are typically small and not a lot of them. When I have a red day, they're typically small and there's not a lot of them. When I have a green day, they're consistent. They're not huge, but they're consistent, and I have more green days than I have red days. Okay, so like look at that, $156 loss, right? There's a 156 loss. And you'll see that for the most part, when I lose small. Look, 82 cents. That was a red day, I lost 82 cents. The other one was a $100 loss. But when you see the profits are consistent. The profits are green. $800, right? $400, $27, just a break-even day. $4,100. I lost $500 yesterday, and I'm losing $800 today. So do the math. It's still green. It's still profitable, right? And the other thing, too, is a lot of you guys don't know what I'm doing for the month of June. Month of June, I already assumed I was going to be all over the place. I set those expectations with the team at the beginning of the month. So I am getting back into my rhythm of things with bigger size and hitting a new goal for myself. So I already knew coming into June, I was probably going to be break even all over the place as I was getting readapted and basically just, prepared, consistent for the way I'm going to trade the end of the year because I have a big goal I want to hit. Basically, yeah. How do you locate which catch your interest? Is it just pre-market volume that peaks that's of interest or other factors that you go into? So I do have a lesson. 50 minutes long that breaks this down in detail. But it all starts with why is the stock moving? All right, James, why is the stock moving? How much volume is there? How low is the float? Okay, why is the stock moving? What's the catalyst? How much volume is being traded? Demand. What's the float? Supply. I want to see high demand with low supply. Just supply and demand. Supply and demand moves prices, right? So I'm looking for a reason that the stock's moving. I want to see low supply with high demand. That's going to be volume. That's going to be floats. That's what gets my attention. And then I look at the technicals. I look at the chart. If it has a great press release with tons of volume and the lowest float, but the stock looks like crap and the stock's dumping, I'm not trading it. So then it really comes down to the technicals. Is it consistent? Are the technicals being honored? Right? Is the stock moving well? Right? Is it following through? Again, it comes down to the TA at that point in time. But what gets it on the watch list in the first place are those three things there. I just need to know when to start to scale into my long-term stocks and when to go all in. Angela, that is completely up to you, number one. Number two, I do not advise anybody on when to scale in or when to go all in. I simply let you guys know what I'm doing and why. You have to do your own due diligence. You have to have your own plan in place. You need to be prepared and positioned correctly based on what your goals are and what your account is. But I help you through the process. I educate you guys on what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. I'm still planning on buying a little bit this week. Told you guys this morning, I do plan on buying a little bit, maybe 10%. I'm going to start scaling in. Not 25, not 30, not 40, 10%. I'm going to take 10% of the cash I have, and I'm going to spread it out between some of my stocks. And I'm going to wait a couple of weeks. And I'm going to wait for new CPI, PPI, jobless claims. I'm going to wait a little bit and see how things continue to develop over the next couple of weeks. If I still like how things are developing, if I still think the markets could bottom in the summer months, then I will go another 10% in a couple weeks, and I'll start dollar cost averaging in a little bit more. So Angela, I just need to know when to start to scale in. So here's what I do, right? This is my mindset. Amazon's a company that I've wanted to own for a long time, but it was expensive. I love Amazon for multiple reasons. I don't want to go all in on Amazon. I want to scale into Amazon and build a position over time. So I'm going to dollar cost average in. Amazon's down 40% plus. Could it go down 80%? Yes. Could it go down 90%? Yes. But what is it right now at this point in time? It's down 40%. Let me ask you a question. You walk into Walmart right now. You walk into Best Buy. You walk into Costco, whatever the case is. You want that new 8K OLED TV. You walk up in Best Buy right now, and you're going in there to buy a TV, right? You want to buy that TV, okay? You've been planning on buying this TV for a year. It's the brand new 8K OLED Samsung TV. It is beautiful. You walk up in there, and there's two TVs. You got Samsung, you got LG. You see that one's 50% off, and the other one is still full price. They're both great companies, solid companies. You just want the TV. So which one are you going to get? You're going to get the one that's 50% off, right? Amazon is like that TV. Amazon is a great TV. It's that TV you've always wanted. You want to own that TV. You want to buy that TV. It's 50% off, right? Are you going to wait for that TV to go down 60, 70, 80%? Or are you just going to take the TV at 50% off? Because tomorrow the sale could end, right? Tomorrow the sale could end and it could be full price again. But today it's 50% off for that TV you wanted forever, right? You're going to take that 50% off. You're not going to say, oh, I'll come back tomorrow. Maybe it's 60% off. No, you're going to say, whoa, I've wanted this TV for 2 years. It's 50% off. I'm going to buy it. Terrible analogy, but I hope you get the idea, the point. I'm really bad with analogies, if you guys don't know. But that's it. And you're not going to walk up in there and say, hey, I want that OLED TV. Oh, it's 50% off? Nah, I'll wait until it's full price again. That's what people do. They come into the market. They see things that are down 50%, quality companies. They say, I'm not going to buy it. And then the stock hits an all-time high. They're like, oh, I got to get in. It's at all-time highs. That's like you walking in the Best Buy right now, seeing the TV you always wanted. It's 50% off. You don't buy it. A couple months later, you go in there and you buy it at full retail price. That's what a lot of just traders do and investors do. They're too scared to buy stocks when they're down 40, 50%. Quality companies, they're too scared. But when they start hitting all-time highs, they want to go all in. It makes no sense. So the way I look at it is, example, Amazon, fantastic company, it's down 45%. Is it a good value? Is it a good deal? Is it a bargain to be buying Amazon down 45%? I think yes, and I'm buying Amazon. If it goes down 60%, is it a good deal? Yeah, I'm going to buy more. If it goes down 70%, I'm buying more. If it goes down 80%, I'm buying more. So how do I position myself correctly to buy it right now, to buy it down 60%, to buy it down 70%, to buy it down 80% if it continues to drop? It's called dollar cost averaging in. I have $10,000 I want to buy Amazon. I have 10 grand I want to invest it into Amazon. I'm not going to go all in right now today at 10 grand. I'm out of buying power. I'm going to go 1,000 in today. Couple weeks, I'm going to go $1,000 in. Couple weeks, $1,000 in. Couple weeks, $1,000 in. And I'm going to do that little by little by little over the course of several months. I am going to average into that position just in case it continues to drop and fall. I'm buying at much lower prices. So I'm going to dollar cost average into my stocks. So I would never suggest, number one, I would never suggest going all in, but do what you want. When should you start scaling into your long-term stocks? As long as you're positioned correctly and you have a plan, for example, Amazon down 40%, I think that's personally a great opportunity to scale into that one particular stock. But here's another example. Alphabet, right? Alphabet. Right now, I want to own this company. I really want to own some of Google, but I still think there's much more room to the downside, right? I like Amazon where it sits. For example, I like Amazon right where it sits. I go look at Alphabet, Google, and I still say, you know what? I think there's more room to the downside. I really can see the room to the downside, but I still want to own this company. I don't want to be as aggressive with it as I want to be with Amazon. So what am I going to do? I'm going to be a little bit more conservative. Am I still going to scale in Google? Yeah. Why? It's down 30%. But I'm not going to be as aggressive. So you know my example with Amazon, $1,000 every 2 weeks, $1,000 every 2 weeks. Maybe I do $500 every 2 weeks with Alphabet. So instead of doing $1,000 every 2 weeks until I invest my 10 grand, maybe I say, you know what? I still want to invest 10 grand into Google, but I'm going to go ahead and do $500 every 2 weeks. I'm going to be a little bit more conservative. I'm going to spread that out over a longer period of time, just in case it does continue to come down, and I think it could. So that's how I would approach Google, for example, would be reduce how much I'm scaling in with over a longer period of time. RNC Investments, exactly. Angela, that is financial advice. No one can be able to tell you if they do or guarantee when to go all in. No one can do that. Exactly. Even you go find a certified financial advisor that's licensed, they're not going to say, buy this stock, buy that stock, or go all in right now. They're going to just recommend based on their experience. But they can give you more advice. They can. Muta saying, love you, Josh. Oh, no, he's saying, I love being here. Not I love you. He loves being here. Have you ever watched Ricky Gutierrez? Yeah, I mean, he's been around for a long time. If so, what would you say is different between your program and his LLP? I don't know what LLP stands for. And I don't really talk about anybody that I don't know, that I don't support personally. He's someone that I don't really follow. He's someone that I don't know a lot about. And it's just someone that I don't know to say, hey, I support this person. I think they're quality. I think they're valuable. I think you should follow them for education. I just don't have anything to say there. Thanks, was trying to find it on TOS. Absolutely. James, 100%. Will there be any more spots opening up for the intro membership that's offered on your website? Right now, it says all memberships have been filled. They have been. Yes. Right now, we do not have any updates on memberships for the intro. Okay. We do not have anything for the intro. XCLA starting to fade and fall a little bit. DAWN broke 1680, but it's slow. PEV is slowing down as well. So, Byron, I have no idea when that'll be opened on up, but the monthly, quarterly, yearly, we still have a few seats open, and we still have our Father's Day promo currently active for you guys as well. Okay, awesome. I just want to make sure that it's not advice. It's, just education, what I do, right? It's what I do and why, right? So again, I find a company that I want to own for the reasons I want to own it. Everybody has different companies, different ETFs, mutual funds, REITs, dividend stocks. Everybody invests differently based on what they like and why they like it. It all starts with what you want to own and why you want to own it, number one. Regardless of what anybody else wants to own, if someone wants to own XPEV for the next 5 years, okay, fine. They know something about the company I don't know. They like it for a reason, and that's fine. I don't know anything about it. I don't like it. I'm not investing in it. So first things first is identify, what you want to invest in. Do you want to invest in Amazon? Do you want to invest in Apple? Do you want to invest in AMD? Do you want to invest in Snowflake? Do you want to invest in SoFi? Make a list of companies you want to own and why. Number two, make sure that they can weather storms. Make sure they have cash on hand. Make sure they're not more in debt than what they make. Make sure that they're fundamentally sound. Make sure that they're solid companies from a financial standpoint. What if we go into a recession for 3 years? Can they survive a recession? Can they? It's either a yes or no question. Can Peloton survive a recession if we go into one for 3 years? No. Based on their current financials, absolutely not. They are done for. Can Amazon, based on their financials? Yes, they can. So Amazon's a company that I would like to own for multiple reasons. And I'm backing it up with they are a strong financial company. Number 3, how much do you want to own of it? How much do you want to invest in it? Right? You want to throw 10 G's at it? Okay. Do you want to throw 10 G's at it all at once? That's up to you, but no professional trader ever recommends that. No financial advisor would ever recommend that. I don't recommend that. What does everybody recommend? Dollar cost average in. Fantastic. What does that mean? You got 10 grand over 10 weeks. That's it. Say, I got 10 grand and I want to invest it over 10 weeks. So what do? You take $1,000 today, you invest it. You just go in there and throw $1,000 and buy as many shares as you can for $1,000 bucks. Next Wednesday, what do? You throw $1,000 in it. The Wednesday after that, what do? You throw $1,000 in it. So what are you doing? You're investing your $10,000. You're going all in, but you're separating that out and spreading that out over the course of 10 weeks. And the reason we want to dollar cost average in, because just imagine, right? Just say that the price is like right here. That's the current price of the stock. Okay. Whatever it is, just that green line. That's where the current price is at, that green line. And let's say you come in and you buy it all right here. You're all in, right? You have no money left. You're all in. What if the stock in a month is down here? You're going to be like, dang it. I wish I had more money to buy it down here. That's another 10% off. And I still like this company. I mean, man, I'm out of money now. I can't. You can't do anything. You're all in up here, and now the stock's way down here. What are you going to do? You're out of money. You can't do anything. You're stuck. Okay, you can't bring that the cost basis down. You can't do anything at that point. So what could you do? Well, instead of going all in, scale in. Dollar cost average in. So if the price is right here, maybe you're going to buy a little bit right here. Okay, maybe you're just buying a little bit right there. And let's say that the stock over the next 10 weeks, right, it just drops, right? These are all weekly price levels. I'm just, again, hypothetics, okay? These are all weekly price levels. So week 1, the price is up here, right? Week 2, the price is down here. Week 3, the price is down here. Week 4, the price is down here. Week 5, the price is down here. And so if you would just come in at these blue circles, right? Every week, the price is down a little bit, you buy a little bit. Next week, the price is down a little bit, you buy a little bit. And you do that by dollar cost averaging in, taking that 10 grand and spreading it over 10 weeks. As an example, what are you doing? You don't own the company all up here, right? You have a nice average cost basis. You would own it somewhere around here, right? That would be your average, somewhere right in the middle. Do you want to own 100% here? Or do you want to have a nice average somewhere right in the middle? If that's the case, if that's what happens. Well, I would want to have, all my money invested somewhere in the middle, closer to the current price versus all the way up here because I just went all in. So that's what the point of dollar cost averaging is. If the stock's price comes down, you have more capital, more money in your back pocket to buy, to invest. Your goal anyway, to add that money to that particular stock, but you're able to bring your cost basis down closer to the current price. It's called dollar cost averaging. Trading Hunter, is the SPY having a double top right now? It's very possible. You see that big M, right? You see that big M, that double top. Was that a misprint or was that real? That was all day a misprint. There was no volume on that for that to be real. It could absolutely be a double top. It could be a double top. Double tops are validated at the cracks of necklines. Trading Hunter. Double tops are validated at the cracks of their neckline. The neckline would be right here at 375.43. And if it validates and it cracks the neckline, you do have room to fall down to that VWAP. And that VWAP just happens to be right around that prior high. So that's about $1. So if it cracks the neckline of this potential double top, it could probably fade about $1 to the downside into that prior high at 374.39. Which is also right around the VWAP. Can you give some tickers you are looking at for artificial intelligence sector long-term that I can look at? I do not have any companies right now that I've landed on in regards to solely AI. But what can we do as traders? Like, what can we do? Let's go ahead and screen for artificial intelligent companies, right? So how do we do that? Well, first thing is we can go over to finviz.com. Let's go to finviz.com and let's select all, okay? And let's start just breaking this down. How can we break this down, right? Well, we can search by keyword if you have a premium account, but since we're a free account, we got to break it down based on descriptive, fundamental, technical, and break it down little by little by little. So let's say that we're trying to find companies with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, and we can Google sectors, right? And let's see if there's like a way that we can narrow down like the sector and the industry for like artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing, data analytics, and image analytics. Besides AI, serving the business, yada, yada, yada. So here are some of the most significant AI applications disrupting major industries: healthcare, retail, e-commerce, food tech, banking, and financial. So I wonder if there's a way to come in here and just go industry and look up artificial intelligence, AI. So we're just looking for AI. Can we actually search in this? AI? No. Again, I haven't done this yet. Just so you know, sir, I haven't actually gone through and done this. So we're just looking at industry, and we're trying to find anything that says anything about artificial intelligence so we can actually filter down some stocks here. But we're just looking for the industry, like lodging, right? Internet. We're looking for something artificial intelligence, AI. Well, it did say healthcare was one with AI, using a lot of it. So, I mean, like you got POAI, right? POAI is one I know of. So if we go to Yahoo Finance, I'm just thinking healthcare, POAI, predictive oncology. They use a lot of artificial intelligence for their work. So if we come down here a little bit, you look at their profile. We see here that they focus on developing personalized cancer therapies using AI. Okay. So at least we know one company that we can kind of base off of. And they're a healthcare sector, right? Healthcare, medical instruments, and supplies. So, I mean, it's pretty vague. And then you could actually go look at these companies individually and see which companies are really focused on utilizing like AI, artificial intelligence. So you could really start there using POAI as a baseline for healthcare. Utilizing artificial intelligent technology. And they're actually using that to focus on developing personalized cancers. And you can start there as a baseline. Then come in here, say, okay, healthcare, medical supplies. All right, where's that one at? Medical supplies. What was it again? Medical instruments and supplies. I didn't even see that in there. Oh, here it is. Out of it today. And that's going to give us down to 3 pages. So at least we can see healthcare, medical instruments. I'm guaranteeing POAI is going to be somewhere in here. But what we can do as well is now we can actually start looking at like fundamentals, right? You want to find a company that's actually making money, right? You want to find a company that's actually growing, possibly. So let's go in here and let's say that sales growth for the past 5 years is positive. Let's say we want to find companies that have positive sales growth, right, over the last 5 years. It's just positive, not negative, just positive, right? So sales growth the past 5 years, positive, okay? PEG, EPS growth, EPS, current ratio, margin extent, EPS growth next year, net profit margin, return on assets. And let's say EPS growth, we want it to be positive as well. Okay, so EPS growth, earnings per share for the next 5 years, we want the outlook to be positive. Sales growth for the past 5 years, we want it to be positive, right? We want insider transactions to be positive. And look, boom, we got HBIO. Out of all of that, we have a company in healthcare, right, within the same sector, same industry as POAI. This company here, EPS, earnings per share growth over the next 5 years, expected to be positive. Their sales growth over the past 5 years has been positive, and then insider transactions at this point in time are still positive. Now we have at least one company we can go look at, which is HBIO, and at least it gives us something, right? At least it gives us a little bit, something here, HBIO. And then we can just do more DD, more due diligence, all right? Okay, do we want to learn more about HBIO today? Sure. What is this, right? Well, this is Harvard Bioscience develops, manufactures, and sells technologies, products, and services that enables fundamental research, discovery, and preclinical testing for drug development in the U.S. and internationally. So you guys got to find a baseline. You got to go through and do some due diligence. It takes time, all right? It's going to take a lot of time, and you're going to be doing some due diligence. But that's one way you can do it. Start with a baseline, go to FinViz, screen a little bit. Or you can go and get like a paid tool like Seeking Alpha, right? You can go like Seeking Alpha, and they have articles and people all the time that are talking about what are the next FANG stocks, right? What are going to be the next FANG stocks? What are going to be the next big disruptors, right? What's the next Amazon? What's the next Google? What's the next Apple? And what is it going to be? Robotics, AI. And you can actually subscribe and pay like $200 a month and see what they're talking about for like AI related stuff. So you can go like Seeking Alpha, and you can type in keywords, right? You can type in maybe like AI. All right, that's C3 AI. That's not really what we wanted to do there, honestly. So we can just type in maybe like artificial intelligence here. And let's see what we get with using keyword artificial intelligence. See more results for artificial intelligence. Let's see what we have here. All right, artificial intelligent technology solutions file, and again, you can just kind of go through here and see if anything stands out to you in regards to artificial intelligence keywords on Seeking Alpha, which is a very, very popular place for traders and investors to go. And you can maybe start here, all right? So there's so many things there just to kind of go, but I haven't done that, and I don't have tickers yet as far as any specifics that I'm looking at right now for AI. I don't even have any specifics right now for like robotics personally, but those are things that I'm going to be actively looking into as the next possible like disruptor, right? Like EV, pot stocks, AI, robotics, the next, disruptor sector, like technology and all that. I like Seeking Alpha. I don't think Seeking Alpha is a scam. I like Seeking Alpha a lot. I like Market Watch a lot as well. I think it's a great resource. I like Seeking Alpha. I don't think it's a scam at all. I mean, don't get me wrong. All of the information you get on Seeking Alpha, you can find on your own. You can find it all everywhere. Yahoo Finance, FinViz. I mean, it's nothing super awesome. But they have a cool quant rating. They call it a quant rating on Seeking Alpha. And that's what I like about it is it takes the legwork out. That's all it does. It's not like any kind of like information you can't go find on your own, but it takes the legwork out. They do the legwork for you. So for example, right? For example, if I wanted to go dissect the crap out of Amazon, I can go to Yahoo Finance. I can go look at the balance sheet. I can do all these things. But they are actually going to do it all for me. Very simple. So I can go see, okay, boom, right here, their earnings are growing. EPS, the outlook looks decent. I can come down here and see what their earning estimates are coming on up, what their growth is. They give it a rating, what their valuation is, their profitability, all right, 42% profit margin, what their momentum looks like compared to the S&P 500, their capital structure, what's their total debt compared to the total cash that they have, right, their market cap. So it just makes it super easy just on one single page to get all of that information I need versus having to go to Yahoo Finance and just scan all over the place for it. Then you can actually see what the ratings are, right? I like this a lot. So you can see here that you have 5 strong buys, 4 buys, 6 holds, and 5 sell. That's Seeking Alpha author ratings. And then you can actually see, okay, who are the authors here? All right, who are the authors? Are they credible authors? Are they crappy authors? Like, who's actually initiating coverage? Then you can see the Wall Street, right? Wall Street here, 36 strong buys, 13 buys, 1 hold, 1 sell. These are all ratings, Wall Street ratings, right? Strong buy and a hold. You can see what the bulls are saying, what the bears are saying based on Seeking Alpha analysts. It's just really cool. And then they have what they call their factor grade, or their quant rating, which actually gives it a grade, right? From A to F, right? Like a report card. So I like it. I think it's cool. It just puts everything in one place for you. It's pretty easy. It's pretty simple. I enjoy it. It's not bad. But again, you can find all of this out there on your own if you just do some due diligence and take the time to do it. Steve over on YouTube, Stir, is saying IBM is huge in AI and quantum computing. So IBM is huge in artificial intelligence and quantum computing. And then Sleepy Joe is saying, I love the username, by the way. It threw me off big time. I think SRGA uses AI for surgery. So there's another one. SRGA possibly using AI for surgery. Byron saying transportation, healthcare, finance, manufacturing are all industries that would have AI within them. Right? Steve saying BOTZ, ARKQ, and ROBO are all AI ETFs. And ARKQ is Kathy Wood's ETF. So she has an innovation, she has a transparency one, AI. So ARKQ. So let's take this a step further. All right, let's go back on over to Yahoo Finance. Let's go type in ARKQ. All right, ARKQ, ARK, Autonomous Technology and Robotics ETF. Wow, look at that. Autonomous Tech and Robotics ETF. So fantastic. So there's an ETF, right? It's the basket of the top stocks that, she thinks are going to be the best. And you can actually go in here to the holdings. Like, what are they thinking? What's she thinking, right? Tesla, JD.com, Kratos Defense and Securities, Trimble, Bayer, whatever, Google, right? Unity Software. Unity's a part of that. So now you can actually see what the top 10 holdings of this AI robotics ETF. So now you can just go buy the ETF alone, let them do the hard work and do the rebalancing for you. Or you can come in here and just buy these individual companies, or at least get an idea of what these companies are to compare these. Like, what's another company within the same sector and industry? What's another company just like TRBM? So what can you do? You can copy TRBM. You can go over to seekingalpha.com. You can type in TRMB, right? Trimble, is that it? Trimble, right? It's 6% of this AI robotics ETF, and you want to find other companies just like TRMB. You want to find other companies just like it. So go type it into Seeking Alpha. Scroll on down right here, and you'll see the peers. What are other companies just like this one? You have ZBRA, you have TDY, you have COHR, you have CGNX. So now you can see, all right, cool. So I found an ETF that consists of AI and robotic stocks. I see this company I've never heard of before in my life, TRMB. I want to go dissect it. And I also want to see what other stocks are within the same sector and industry. What are the peers? Companies that are very similar. Boom, ZBRA. Boom, TDY. Boom, CGNX. Now you have 5 stocks that you can now go dissect. Now you have 5 stocks right now that could be good candidates for that longer term portfolio if you want to add AI robotic related stocks to it. And that's how we can get the ball rolling, right? That's how we're going to get the ball rolling. All right, guys. So, oh, look at that. Hey, good topics. I mean, I enjoyed it for sure. Great questions about investing and dollar cost averaging in. Great questions in regards to when to buy, like how to buy pre-market, when to buy in post-market, how to go about that as well. Absolutely amazing questions. Really good questions, guys. Very good questions. How to identify stocks in pre-market before they start ripping before the market opens. How to screen for stocks, that you want to invest in, and some tools and resources and how to use them. I mean, it was a very good 30 minutes. It was very open floor for sure. There was definitely no structure. It was really all over the place, but it was important. I found it to be very valuable. I hope everybody learned something new today. At least they were able to pull something from that 45 minutes discussion period about various things we discussed, but all on subject when it comes to the stock market, right? So hopefully you guys are able to learn something new today and you find value from that and you can benefit from it. That's always my goal, for you guys to learn something new every single day. Heather saying, Josh, your promotion was right this morning. REV is psycho. I just had a feeling about REV. And Chris hit it on the head. It felt like a gamble. Like, I couldn't find the word for it this morning. I'm like, there's just something about it I don't like. Something about it I don't like. And then Chris said it feels like a gamble. I'm like, that's it. That's exactly. It feels like a gamble. It feels like I'm gambling. I know the stock could set up, but it just felt like a gamble. I mean, look at, that random drop on down, new low a day, just to squeeze on up, just to flush on out, just to squeeze on up, just to chop around, squeeze on. It was just pretty random. I mean, could you have traded it and made some money? Sure, you could have. Absolutely. But there was just something about it this morning that I wasn't crazy about, that I didn't like it. And then Chris hit it on the head. It felt like a gamble. And it definitely did feel like a gamble. So I just stayed away completely, 110%, not even worth the risk at the end of the day. All right, guys. So enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2.5 hours. Take some time to just review this market, right? Understand this market. So when we come back at 2:30, you're that much more ahead. Stay productive. Dive into the video lessons library. Do what you guys got to do. All right. Enjoy your lunch. Go eat. Like I said, stay productive. If you're still in the market, please be smart. Please trade safe. This market, there is opportunity, but the opportunity isn't following through, in my opinion, right? I see so much opportunity. It's so tempting, but a lot of these great opportunities are just not following through for the most part. So just be mindful of that. Plan around that. Be smart and trade safe, right? We'll see what we have in store this afternoon when we come back. If there's not a whole lot going on, we'll dive into another discussion, another lesson that I have planned for today. We'll make sure we're using our time wisely no matter what. But again, team, good job and good work. For those of you coming in, locking in some amazing profits. Trading Hunter locking in some profits today. Asif, Stir, AZ, J-Dub, H, George from the NYC. Good job and good work. Traders coming in, making it happen if this is the market for you. If it's not the market for you and you sat on the sidelines, if you're having a small little red day, it's okay. It happens. Sometimes the best trade is no trade, but I'm proud of you guys for understanding this market is not really the market you thrive in. Scale back, reduce size, limit those losses, but still give it a chance and still take advantage of these opportunities that we've had. So good job. Keep up the amazing work. Enjoy your lunch. And I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30 to see if we have any opportunity to see if we cannot lock in some profits and end this day on a strong and profitable note. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to let me know inside a chat. And once again, I'll be back here right around 2:30 to end this beautiful hump day of trading, team. So enjoy it. Take care. Be smart. Trade safe. And let's end it the way we always end it. And I got to back up a little bit so it doesn't cut out. So let's go ahead and back up in 3, in 2, in. How's that sound? Did that sound good? I'm still trying to figure this audio thing out. But enjoy your lunch, traders. I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30 as we kick off some Power Hour trading. And once again, if you need me, let me know inside a chat. Until then, take care. Trade safe, guys. I'll see you back here in a couple hours.
If you record podcasts and videos remotely with Riverside.
Searching for music for your next video? Then you need to check out Artlist. With amazing new music added daily and one simple license that covers everything. Artlist is the music licensing platform for all creators. Start now and find the perfect song. Artlist, made for creators.
Starting an online store is easier than you think. Let me show you how to quickly open one with Shopify. First, go to shopify.com and start a free trial. Next, create a beautiful online store without any design or coding skills. Use one of Shopify's professional templates and easily change fonts, colors, and images. Next, add products. Just upload a photo and give your product a name, description, and set the price. Activate Shopify payments and enjoy 0 transaction fees. Now let's open your store. Just remove the password and ta-da! Your store is live and ready to take orders. Are you ready to join the millions of businesses already using Shopify? Go to shopify.com and open your online store today.
What we're witnessing is a well-oiled pitch machine.
Does she know she's frozen?
But if your internet can't keep up,
I think it's
your
fast.
investors can't say yes. Change to fiber. Change to better. Upgrade to Frontier Fiber for Business and get our 100% fiber optic network with free activation.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Harder, harder. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stands down, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Harder, harder.
Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
Credit Karma helps members get approved for a credit card 66% more often with Karma Confidence technology. But if you purchase art with Wheelbarrow Cash, you probably don't need a new card. Get the money app that shows your chances at a great credit card. Create your own karma with Credit Karma.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
Make your favorite hoagies appear. Get $5 shorties and $6 classics at Wawa Hoagie Fest.
I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the hole closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. Gravity. Gravity.
If your butler also has a butler, you don't need the money app where your hard work pays off. If not, there's Credit Karma.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
that is responsible bacon.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our clouds when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. And I'll be running, possessed by a long, low voodoo. Fired up like a wolf on the full moon. And we're stuck in a la-la land. The tides will turn without us. And I'll be killing time like I might be a cartoon. Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mess me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining?
So, tell me about your bond.
Yeah, she's the first one to email me on my birthday every year.
I never miss it because it's automated through Constant Contact.
I've never been in a relationship with a gardener like this.
Actually, landscape architect.
When you're with me, baby, you are getting everything.
here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die, yeah. Did it die, did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die, wait. Did it die, wait. Did it die?
Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want. Just tell me you love me or not, whatever it costs. I know I'm talking a lot, there's something I gotta get off. Don't wanna be this no more, I don't wanna drink no more. Always gotta do the most, thinking that I'm insecure. Really should've listened more, but I don't, of course. I'm an asshole, I'm a good guy, I'm your best friend, I'm the worst type. Tell you everything that you heard right, just so I can fuck on the first night. Feel like I'm losing hope, running from coast to coast. I don't know where to go, this all I've ever known.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No,
did it die,
wait.
Did it die,
wait.
Did it die? I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die.
Did it die,
wait.
Did it die,
wait.
Did it die?
My aunt think I'm perfect, I know I'm not. My mama be worried, I told her stop. They know I did drugs and think that I'm off. Little do they know I never could stop. My manager hate when I'm pulling up late. Back on my bullshit, she think it's a phase. I got relations I gotta maintain. I'm two different people, my side and my main. Yeah, I'm sober, I'm an addict, I'm a lowlife, I got habits, but I refuse to be average. Really so tired of acting, don't know what I miss this no more. Too bad you don't hit me more. I'm bad when I get too bored. Careful what you wishing for.
I'm a stone cold killer. I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No.
Did it die?
Wait.
Did it die?
Wait.
Did it die? I'm a stone cold killer. I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die.
Did it die?
Wait.
Did it die?
Wait.
Did it die?
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you
Do you like being a shared workspace for up to 5,000 fleas? If you like being protected from fleas and ticks with Nexstar, take a nap. I think I can hear the ticks feeding. That sucks. Start killing in minutes, for pet's sake.
at the night sky, trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. And the dark's all that I see when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky hiding behind dark gray clouds.
Create quickly. Design easily. Print beautifully. Discover the power of the new Design and Print tool from FedEx Office. Design, print, stand out.
I can't figure you out now. I see your blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the time. I can't find the point where our two pass the line. Right? You're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see violet, I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Heard them say our best days pass us by, and most long for a place that they never find. I'm afraid I wake up when I die, and it is too late to climb any mountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. Eternal.
With GoDaddy, you can sell anything, anywhere. From your online store or in person, on social media or marketplaces, GoDaddy has the tools to grow your business. Because if you've got it, we've got you. Start for free at GoDaddy.com/sell.
Eternal. things don't go to plan, I kinda lose my mind. I hope it's real, this life comes around. Just keep your faith and search for the fountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la, oh oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks,
you'd call, but you didn't, so I'm sitting here. Thought I heard my phone ring, but it disappeared. Guess I'm just losing my mind again. I tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sung its teeth in, and its mind has got me thinking. Sick and tired of feeling, so sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up. Sick and tired of believing that this pain will ever end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. 'Cause it always comes back again, and I'm not even gonna pretend that it's okay. Constantly putting bad thoughts on replay. I really don't like living life this way, but I know that these things will never change. Tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sun gets deep in, and its mind has got me thinking. So sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up. Sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. Here we go again. You're not here, you're not here.
Why didn't I know from the very start? Oh, you left me here just to fall apart. If I wrote you a letter, would I have a chance? Would you read my letter if I had it sent? If I wrote you a letter, I can help you out. 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 I can help you out.
For the real ones. The real one is finally here. Introducing Oreo frozen treats.
Let's go
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. Control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
traveling for days without my knowledge of provenance. Throughout my life, you taught me a renegade. Oh, wow. Throughout my loss, you said we could start again, but I'm a renegade of your love. Oh, but I'm a renegade of your love.
Been on the streets a few months. I'm trying to pick myself up. I may be living alone, but I still believe in love. And although my flaws had dragged me down on the coldest night, I'm still kicking around. Then I saw you back before my time was shortened. No, throughout my life you've called me a renegade. Throughout my loss you said we could start again, but I'm a renegade of your love.
But I'm a renegade of your love. Renegade of your love. Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through. Claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance. Show me that you mean it. We'll feel some type of way. Something must be wrong with me. Keep wanting just to see you show up at my door. Et même quand je suis froide, un peu indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes efforts. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just can't think but the way that I feel. It's too hard to trust. I mess it up. I just can't risk to be falling like this. Oh, ooh. Why do you keep chasing?
Man, it's clean AF in here.
He meant clean and fresh.
Who was that?
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full, I'm devoted.
me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining?
If I could forget just what we had, spend all of my days outside my head, without all these feelings we've been fed, forget everything that I once said, could you move on? I don't want you gone. Could you move on? I don't want you gone. Forget what we had.
This place is clean AF. And fresh. And fresh.
First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been. Oh, ooh, the way that things have been. Oh, ooh. Second thing, second, don't you tell me what you think that I can be. I'm the one at the same, I'm the master of my sea. Oh, ooh, the master of my sea. Oh, taking my soul into the masses, writing my poems for the few that looked at me, took to me, shook to me, feeling me, singing my heartache. From the pain, taking my message from the veins, speaking my lesson from the brain, seeing the beauty through the all the hate that you've heard has turned your spirit to a dove. Oh, ooh, your spirit up above. Oh, ooh. Pain, you made me a believer. Pain, I let the bullets fly, I let them rain. My luck, my love, my God, they keep my soul into the masses, writing my poems for the few that looked at Yelling at the sky, screaming at the world. Baby, where'd you go away? I'm still your girl. Holding on too tight, head up in the clouds. Heaven only knows where you are now. How do I love again? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Never got the chance to say a last goodbye. You gotta move on, but it hurts to try. How do I love again? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost.
I could lift you up, I could show you what you wanna see and take you where you wanna be. You could be my luck. Even if the sky is falling down, I know that we'll be safe and sound. We're safe and sound. We're safe and sound. Safe and sound. We're 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 safe and sound.
Whenever your heart is broken, don't ever forget you're golden. I will find the light in your soul.
sadness. I just wanted you to know that, baby, you're the best. I got my red dress on tonight, dancing in the dark in the pale moonlight. Down my hair up real big, beauty queen style, high heels off, I'm feeling it. Oh my God, I feel it in the air, telephone wires above our season like a snare, honey. I'm on fire, I feel it everywhere, nothing scares me anymore. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that, baby, you're the best. I got that summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh, I'm feeling electric tonight. Cruising down the coast, going about 99. Good, my bad, baby, by my heavenly side. I know if I go, I got happy tonight. Oh my God, I feel it in the air, telephone wires above our season like a snare, honey. I'm on fire, I feel it everywhere, nothing scares me anymore. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that, baby, you're the best. I got that summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh.
Designed to help protect against freezer burn. Ziploc. Unlock life.
Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me
I don't know why you are not fair. I give you my love, but you don't care. So what is right and what is wrong? Just give me a sign. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. No, don't hurt me. No, no more. What is I do not know what I can do. What else can I say? It's up to you. I know we're one, just me and you. I can't go on. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. No, don't hurt me no more. What is What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. No, don't hurt me no more. What is
You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger
Good afternoon, traders. What's up? What's going on? I hope you guys had a wonderful lunch and that you guys are all set, ready to rock for an awesome afternoon. So what do we got going on, traders, in the markets? As you guys know, I'm currently short on EVER at this point in time, so I do want to explain why I'm short. on EVR at this point in time. I've been holding this for a very long time. It hasn't done anything. There's no volume or liquidity for it to be easy for me to get out, number one. As to why I'm still holding it, number two, it hasn't dropped on off the way I expected, aka follow through. I didn't really expect it to hold on up. I really scanned this stock. There was no news, no filings. There's no high short interest. I couldn't really find a reason as to why EVER was even up today, number one, and why out of nowhere it started to trade a couple 100,000 shares, pushing from around 850 to 9. So I said, you know what? Pretty random, light volume pump over lunch. I'm like, you know what? This could definitely drop on back off. So I went ahead and took a short on it. It was easy to short. I went ahead and grabbed a short. I was expecting to see it go from like 850, hit that $9 level, then just drop right back to 850. Now it's just sitting sideways. So now I have an 891 cost basis, 2,000 shares short, and we're just kind of waiting it out. You know, is it going to break over 9? If so, I'll walk away. I want to see it come back down towards around 875, and then I do believe we can see it back down into the 850s here on EVER. I'm just waiting for that thing to really open on up and just drop to the downside. So that's what I have going on right now at this point in time with EVER. Again, no news, no filings. It's not like it's easy to borrow across the board to where it's going to bring in a lot of inexperienced shorters. The short percentage right now is not high whatsoever, so it's not like it's seeing a little bit of a short squeeze. Just a pretty random pump on up, and I'm looking for it to drop on back down. The other reason, too, is it's sitting right at that 20 EMA. It was sitting right around that 20 EMA and right around some daily resistance. I was looking to see if we can have this thing drop on back down for us a little bit. So that's what I have going on there with EVER at this point in time. REVs, more or less just sitting sideways. And then PEV, oh my goodness, look at that. That's disgusting. New high a day, 840, and then a massive rug pull from 840 down to 704. My goodness, this is why to this day, I do not buy high day breakouts. It's so rare that you see me buying a high day breakout. I try not to. Sometimes it's tempting on really nice stocks, but I tell you what, guys, this is why right here, I still to this day, 90% of the time say, you know what? I don't care how good it looks. I'm not buying a high day breakout because this happens. I'm like, knowing me, I jump in for a high day breakout. It's looking good. And then boom, halted to the downside again. It all comes down to market conditions, right? That's really what it comes down to. Are the markets, you know, our stocks just breaking out left and right? High day break, high day break, high day break, ripping and running. Right now, we're not seeing that for sure. So PEV at this point in time, currently halted to the downside. We could see this down at 962 and then back down towards around that 650 level here on PEV. So we'll see what this is going to do out of the halt. Corey's saying this lack of follow-through is starting to get a little annoying, a little frustrating. Indeed, it is. It's unfortunate. I want things to be a little bit more consistent, obviously. Come in, make some good profits. But, you know, we just have to understand this market like we do and really just work ourselves around the market and make sure that we're doing the right things. You know, scale it back if that's what it means. You know, scaling it back. Not trading, paper trading, whatever the case is, we need to make sure that we understand the market. And if it's a really crappy market, for example, and our edge is not working, then we step back. This market may be great for some traders. Some traders may be thriving right now in this market. I know for me, I'm not thriving with these current market conditions. So I'm assessing that, I'm realizing that, and I'm more than happy to take a step back and not trade. Right now, I do have that position open here on EVER, and I'm just curious to see what is coming on up with EVER towards the end of the day here. Maybe we can come back down towards around that 856 level, 855 level, and that would be a great place to lock in some profits there. So we'll see. That's what I have going on right now. I just, fingers crossed, not really hoping, I just really fingers crossed at this point in time that there's liquidity for me to get out of this one. That would be pretty tough. I'll have to get out in pieces, 100 here, 100 there, 100 here, 100 there. So we'll see how that plays on out. And really, you know, we don't really have too much going on, team. We do not have that much going on. XELA going red on the day, giving a lot back. PEV halted to the downside. This is the only stock at this point in time that I would even recommend looking at. PEV. Let's see if we have any kind of dip buy opportunities, any quick scalp opportunities here on PEV coming into the end of the day. REV, I don't know. There's just still something about this stock. There's still something about it. I'm not going to touch it. And then we know what's going on with EVER. You have some very clear divergence here on the SPY. Very clear divergence here on the SPY, guys. So we can see here on the chart that we just put in that higher high. Well, RSI putting in that very substantial, very clear lower high. So we do have some bearish divergence here on the SPY. And do we have a valid trend line that we could utilize as well to see if we get a nice little crack of a trend line maybe coming on up? Kind of, I guess. Little bit. Nothing too crazy. But it's a little slow right now. So I would say let's shift our focus right now at this point in time back over to PEV and see how it comes out of this halt. And we'll see what the SPY does here over the next few moments. As we are starting to see some of that divergence here on the 5-minute time frame on the SPY. So I would like to see how PEV comes out of this halt. If we do gap down and we dump on down towards around the 650 level, that 650 level was the IPO open right here at 650. I would look to see if we can catch that for a dip buy down around that 650 level here on PEV. So right now, let's see how PEV opens on up. Looks like we're going to have a 10-minute halt. So we're looking at 242.32. So 230. It could be 237.32. No, we're already 30 seconds past that. So it's definitely going to be 242.32 is going to be the point we go live here on PEV. So we have about, 4 more minutes to go on PEV. So we'll definitely do that. So one thing I want to talk about real quick, guys. One thing I would love to talk about is, I don't know, something important, something fun. Yeah, Josh has no idea what he wants to talk about. No idea. No, I'm joking, guys. I wanted to talk about transitioning. What do I mean by transitioning? Transitioning from pennies to options. Transitioning from options to, say, futures. Transitioning from futures to, say, something else. Transitioning. Understanding the markets in the market that you're in. And if the market that you're in is not working, learning a different market. Transitioning to where the opportunity is and why we can transition. I don't do it anymore. I used to. And it was phenomenal. We'd come in. Penny stocks were super slow. Transition to options. Looking for option opportunities. Super slow. Transition over the futures and just trade futures and scalp. So maybe talk a little bit about, what I used to do as a trader and how it worked for me. The reason I don't do that now is it would be very distracting for a lot of traders in chat. Josh, 5 minutes is, he's on a penny stock. And then he's over looking at options, talking about Greeks. And then he's talking about the MES. Now he's in a freaking future short position on the NASDAQ. And then he's over. Yeah, it's, you guys would be like, yo, calm down. Stick to one stock and just look at it all day, Josh. Okay. But I do recommend that. If you guys do trade options, okay, and there are days like today to where it's kind of like those options are just not working, right? There's no follow through, basically, right? There's tons of opportunity to scalp the SPY, but you got to scalp it. I mean, that's getting in and out. I mean, what's that on an option? Like you're going to pay $100, $200 for an options contract and make like what? $5, $10 maybe? Because you're just not getting that follow through, right? And then you're going to burn your capital up very quick. Let's say you have a $1,000 account. And let's say you get a couple of contracts. You got maybe 4 trades, 4 little scalps on the SPY if you're not seeing those bigger moves. And if you're not getting that follow through that sometimes you want. You want those quick $2 moves. You want a stock that can actually follow through and you can leave a runner on the table. Well, the last couple of days, it's been a little bit of a challenge. And I can see that. It's definitely been a little bit of a challenge with, the SPY and the Qs. Not a lot of that follow through. It definitely has been a challenge with some of these small caps. And so what I used to do as a trader is I always start with penny stocks because penny stocks are my cup of tea at the end of the day. That's where I really put my focus. And if penny stocks really aren't doing much, I would then transition over and look at some options, larger cap stocks. Now I look at larger caps, I trade shares. But then I would actually transition from, say, options over to the futures market if it was really hard to trade options. And the reason for that is what I just said. There were times I had a small cash account. And I was like, today's the day you scalp the SPY and the Qs, right? You're scalping these contracts. You get 1 or 2 contracts, it moves 30, 40 cents, boom, you're out. You maybe like 10, 15 bucks here, 10, 15 bucks there, and before you know it, you have 4 trades under your belt because you're scalping these quick moves, and you're out of capital, and you made 30, 40 bucks for the day, 50 bucks for the day. I was like, there's got to be a better way. So I actually started to trade futures, the S&P 500 futures contracts, the MES, the ES, and it was nice because there's no PDT. It's a margin account. You're still trading the SPY, the same movement that you look at the SPY for options, the same thing for futures. The only thing is you can have a $1,000 non-PDT account and trade as much as you want. And every point the SPX moves, you can make up to $50 per point. And you're talking the big boy, the SPX, right? The S&P 500 index, not the SPY, the ETF, but the SPX. So I want to put that in perspective and introduce you guys maybe to futures. So if you do like to scalp and you love options, and there's just that one day you come in, you're like, man, I love the SPY, I love scalping, and I love options. But today, I just can't seem to do anything with those options. I just can't seem to hit a trade and get a winner, and I'm burning up my capital quick and can be frustrating. Why not make a transition over to futures? Trade the SPY, but trade futures contracts. $1,000 account, no PDT rule. You're not going to burn your cash up. You can still scalp the way that you like to scalp if that's you. And again, be able to lock up to, per point, up to $50 per point to the long side and the short side. So we are live on PEV. We are live on PEV. So right now, you do have that level of support down towards around 650. PEV is shortable, but I feel like I'd be chasing the short down here regardless of the halt strategy to the short side. I just kind of feel like I would be chasing this a little bit. So again, guys, it really depends. Are you a scalper? Do you like scalping? Some of you guys love scalping. I love scalping. I love getting in and out, in and out, in and out. Some of you guys like buying and scaling out throughout the day. Some of you guys like swing trading more or less. It's really up to you and really your personality at the end of the day. But if you are a scalper, okay, you love scalping and you love trading options on the SPY and the Qs, and you feel it's been a little challenging the last couple of days to actually make a profit, and you're burning through your capital quickly, and you're like, what do? I would highly recommend you look into paper trading futures, seeing if that's a good alternative when it's slower trading options. Instead of burning up that cash, 510 here, 510 there, you can take the same exact trades with the same amount of capital and make maybe a couple hundred instead of 10 to 20. It's that big of a difference. Instead of 10 to 20, maybe it's 100 to 200 bucks. Still trading the same formations and the same setups and the same exact stock at the end of the day. So it could be a good option and a good alternative for those of you that do like trading the SPY and the Qs, and for those of you that like trading options. So, yeah, there's only two. If you're just trading the SPY, right, you want to trade the ES, that's / ES, okay? And then you have / MES. It's the same exact thing. The only difference between ES, an ES contract, and an MES contract is how much you make or lose per point that the SPX, the S&P 500, goes up or down. So, for example, if you bought one contract on the ES and it goes up 1 point, you just made $50. If it goes down 1 point, you just lost $50. If you trade one contract on the MES and it goes up a point, you made $5. If it goes down 1 point, you lost $5. So it's a tenth of the difference. The ES, it's the big boy. That's how I label it. It's the big boy. It's $50 per point up or down. The MES is the micro E-mini. It's a tenth of the size. So it's going to be $5 per point. But again, I want to put this in perspective. Let's say, I don't know, you saw this divergence here. Let's just say you saw this divergence here, right there, okay? Again, there's nothing really happening right now, so we're going to dive into a little bit of a topic. So I'm going to do the same thing here on the actual SPY, okay? And just to really put this in perspective, for those of you that are like, yeah, it's been a struggle. So here we go. Let's go look at the SPY. This is the SPY, okay? And we can see here we're looking at a 1 minute time frame. And we're just going to do a hypothetical trade. Okay, let's go ahead and remove that out. So you see this divergence here on the SPY, hypothetically. Okay, you got this divergence, high a day, double top, crack the trend line, drop below the 90 EMA, whatever. You see the trade, and you're like, all right, I'm going to take this short. I'm going to go buy a put contract. And I'm going to go from, 378, and I'm going to take it down here to 377.50. So what is that? You just went from 378.50 to 377.50. Okay, that's a point. That's not bad at all. You got a full point on the SPY. So if you had a contract, one contract, with a 30 delta, and you took it from 378.50 to 377.50, you just made $30. That's not bad. You got a full point. Okay, you got a full freaking point out of that. That's not bad at all. So that would have been a good trade on one contract. You get your delta. If you have 10 contracts, delta times 10. Again, it's up to you and how you're trading. So there is option one. You have the SPY. You see that setup. You take a put contract with a 30 delta. The SPY drops $1. You get out. You're going to make the delta. That's $30 on that contract. So congrats, right? Let's go look at the ES. Let me back up. Let's say that contract, what would that contract cost you? Let's just go see what that contract cost you. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but that contract would have cost you, let's call it $100. So it cost you $100 to make 30. It's not bad, right? You got a $1,000 small account. That was $100 of your capital. And you got one contract. Boop, it dropped on down. You made $30 if the delta was 30. That's good. Let's go look at the ES. Okay, this is the S&P 500. Okay, this is the index. This is the ES. All right, same setup. Let's go find it. Right there. Just to put this in perspective. All right. Same thing. You see divergence, crack of the trend line. You take it from the crack here, right? 38.02, and you take it down here to that lower shadow of 37.90. So what is that? That is 10 points, correct? That's 10 points from 38.02 to 37.92. That is 10 points. Now, what does this equate to? It's $50 per point, correct? It's $50 per point. So if you're making $50 per point on the ES and it drops 10 points, how much did you just make on that trade? And by the way, it would have only cost you $500 to enter this trade. It would have cost you $500. It would have tied up $500 of your account on this trade. But just keep in mind as well that when the trade is closed, it's a margin account. There's no day settlement, 2-day settlement. it's a margin account, and you're not restricted to PDT. So you use your $500 to take that trade, and the second the trade's closed, you can trade again, and you still have buying power. There's no settlement or anything. It's a margin account with no PDT. So just keep that in mind. You just made $500. So you have a $1,000 account. You took one ES contract. You shorted it. It took $500 out of your account to basically open that position, right? You have one contract. It just dropped 10 points. You covered that contract. You just made $500, and it really only took $500 out of your account to put on that trade. So what did you just do? You took a $1,000 account and you turned it into $1,500. Yeah, it's not bad, huh? It's not bad at all. And you can trade again. I got $1,500. You can trade again. You see another setup, scalp it, trade it again. It's amazing. Now back to the SPY. Okay, you got a $1,000 account. One contract would cost you $100, right? Let's say you went ahead and did the same investment. $500 out of your account. You got a $1,000 account. You bought 5 contracts. It dropped a point. That's a 30 delta. What'd you just make? You made $150. So on the SPY, 5 contracts, utilizing $500 of what's in your account on the same exact setup, the same move, you would have made $150, and you have $500 of buying power left for the day on an option contract. On that futures contract, you just made $500 on the same trade, and now you can trade again with $1,500 of buying power. Yes. So I want to put it in perspective, right? Again, I know I'm talking about the reward side. You got to think about the risk side. Yeah, you can make $500 on that trade with a futures contract. But what if it would have against you? What if it would have gone against you 10 points? You could have lost $500. You could have lost half of your account in literally one trade, 10 points. It's volatile. It moves, right? Just because you can win a lot, hey, you could lose a lot as well. But I just wanted to break that down. Not a lot of people talk futures, and it's the same thing. It really is. If you're trading contracts, option contracts, it's the same thing. It's a futures contract. It's just a margin account, no PDT requirements. The only thing is, though, you may not be able to allow it to breathe, right? With an options contract, maybe you can let it breathe a little bit. With a futures contract, you may not be able to let it breathe like that because that could be a lot of risk. That's why, in the beginning, you don't trade the ES, right? The ES, the big boy, don't trade the ES. Trade the MES. It's the micro E-mini. You're only going to make or lose $5 per point. You can allow that to breathe just a little bit more until you get your feet wet and see if futures are the way to go. If you're trading the SPY and you're trading options and you're scalping, you may find better success on days like today trading the S&P 500 index, but trading futures contracts instead of option contracts, especially if you scalp. It may work better for you as a scalper that's scalping with options on the SPY. Maybe you're scalping futures contracts with the MES. And again, no PDT rule. It's a margin account. It's just an option. I want to throw that out there. It's just an option. Yeah, there's no Greeks. That's the nice thing about futures. There's no Greeks. You don't have to worry about delta, theta, gamma, vega, nothing. For every point, up or down, it's either $5 or $50 of profit or loss. That's standard margin account. When you set up an account for futures, it's default margin with no PDT rule. There is no Greeks whatsoever. They have expiration dates. There are expiration dates every quarter, but it's not, dailies or weeklies. It's quarterly, so you could have expirations in every 3 months. So we just had the other contract expire. Remember, we had triple witching last Friday. That's when the last quarter's contracts expired on the futures. I think you can see the rollover line here on the chart. Yeah, I see the rollover line. That was the ESU22, whatever that is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's your rollover line on the 10th. Was that the 10th? No, that was the 17th. Well, that was your expiration. Maybe I'm mistaken, but that's your rollover. Maybe that's your rollover line. Maybe that's not your expiration. Do I have expirations here? There you go. There's your expiration. Right there. 6/17, that was your expiration. That makes sense now. So yeah, you got expirations, but it's not going to be, you know, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or weeklies. They're a little bit longer out. Looks like these are every 30 days, but the main ones, if I'm not, it could have changed. It's been years since I've traded futures. Years. So as far as like the actual logistics, I could be a little off on the expirations, but you don't have to worry about Greeks, and you don't have, you know, Monday, Wednesday, Friday expirations. September 20th, yeah, so 90 days, every 90, yep. Yeah, you don't want to, I've never done that, Corey. You would paper trade that first, right? Paper trade that first. I've never held one overnight, and there's a lot of requirements with futures. I mean, so there's more to it. There's more to it than just that. So what I just explained, that's for scalping, right? Not for holding for an hour, right? Not holding overnight, because then we get into a lot more rules and regulations. For example, if you have a $1,000 account, if you have a $1,000 account, and you have an ES contract after 4:30 Central Time, they'll liquidate your contract. They'll just close it. You're like, what? Well, it's because during certain hours, during settlement periods with futures, you have to have the full amount of that contract in cash, which is $12,500, to actually hold that through a, what do they call it, a settlement period. So with a $1,000 account, you could not hold that contract for a day because your broker would come in and liquidate it. You have to have that full amount to cover that contract in your account settled at that point in time. So this only pertains to intraday scalping. Only scalping, like you're scalping these contracts on the SPY, and you're in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, right? You're scalping options. You may find it better and more profitable to scalp futures contracts. If we want to talk about swing trading futures contracts, we need to actually have a more in-depth lesson on that, because there's a lot of rules that go into futures. Again, that settlement thing is the real deal. So from 4:15 to 4:30, you can't trade a futures contract at all. It's done. It's your cutoff time. 4:15 to 4:30, cutoff time. It's your settlement period. From 4:30 to 6, if you do not have the total amount of money in your account to cover the total cost of that futures contract, it'll let you get in, but your broker will see that and liquidate you and charge you a $50 liquidation fee. I've done that several times. But after 6, you can trade again. So there's cutoff times, there's certain rules and regulations and requirements that you have to abide by. So it's default margin account. Yeah, so Ninja Trader, okay? You can check out Ninja Trader, fantastic brokerage. That's a great place to get a simulator account. It's a demo account. You can sign up, real data demo account, test the platform, and see if that's something you enjoy doing. Like today would have been a perfect day, Corey, right? Like you're like, the market, no follow through, this kind of stinks. But you love trading. Maybe go ahead and download Ninja Trader's demo platform and trade futures contracts and see if it's something you're like, oh my gosh, yes. Yes, all right, this is better than options. Boom, and it's instantaneous. I don't have to worry about Greeks and do the calculations. It's simple. It's either $5 or $50 per point. It's that's it. Either $5 per point, profit or loss, or $50, depending on the MES or the ES. The chart's the chart. The movement's the movement. it's easier. You don't have to worry about delta and then calculating theta and implied volatility and all that stuff. Maybe it works for you guys. There's a day I didn't know anything about futures, and then someone introduced me to them, and I'm like, wow, game changer. It was a game changer. Yeah, if I were to do any kind of swing trades, I wouldn't do futures. I'd do options. Personally, I would not do futures at all for swing. I've just never done it. I don't trust it. I would personally only do that with options, personally. So yeah, ADN is getting a little bit of action. Heather, rocking, a little overextended. It is. It's not terribly overextended, but you're still talking 30 cents to the upside without a pullback here on ADN. Just got a lot of random stuff moving around. Just it's still no follow through, which is unfortunate. But right now, we're just looking for something to really start getting some consistent action. Again, we have REV on watch for you guys, but you are below the 200 SMA. I think it would probably more or less sit sideways. You do have PEV holding above 650, so that's worth noting. PEV is holding that 650 level as support. This has been a really hot stock today. As long as PEV stays above 650, guys, you technically have potential back up to 8 and then 840 on PEV. So this is on high watch. Keep your eyes peeled right now on PEV above this 650 level. Like I said, you have room back up to 8 and then 840. And who knows, maybe the stock breaks up to $10 today. You still have 58 minutes until the end of the day, and you're right at 650 support. You know, if SIDU regains that 474 level, I would consider it. Yeah, for sure. If SIDU were to regain 474, that was our gap fill level, I wouldn't consider taking a look at SIDU. Absolutely. Cindy, how do you feel about swing trading options? I like swing trading options. Do I swing trade? No. But if I were to swing trade, especially to the short side, for example, I prefer options all day, every day, especially to the short side. To the long side, I would prefer equities, to be honest with you, just because if that stock moves up in after hours, I'd want to sell my position and take profit. I couldn't do that with options because options you can only trade from 9:30 until 4. So let's say that you're in a swing trade on the stock, and the stock rips up 100% in after hours. Well, if you had physical shares, you could sell that position and take your profit. If it's an options position, you can't do anything until the next day at 9:30. What if the stock rips up 100% after hours, and then it's actually down the next day? You're going to be a little upset. You're like, wow, I couldn't do anything. I had those options. So it's 50-50. To the long side, I prefer shares because I can control my risk in after hours. If that stock is hitting targets, I can take my profits in after hours or pre-market. But when it comes to shorting, if I want to short a stock and I want to short it for multiple days, I will not do that with equities. I will only do that with an options contract because my risk is predefined. I can only lose X amount of dollars, even if it's to the short side, by taking a put contract. So I definitely think it's okay 100% to swing trade options. My preference, though, is again to the long side. I would rather take shares to the short side just for that added protection and to really mitigate and manage my risk. To the short side, I would only do options if it were to be a swing trade. Why not take long call options on Amazon since you're not trying to sell it anyways? What do you mean, Stir? Like go in there and find like a 6-month expiration call contract on Amazon and just buy a call option instead of buying physical shares? But yeah, then I have to abide by time, right, Stir? Then I have those variables. I have to worry about theta. There's eventually going to be an expiration. There's a lot of variables that are going to dictate what that options contract is worth. And I have time working against me with an option. This is an investment, 100%. This is an investment. I want to own this for 10, 15, 20 years. So since this is an investment and I want to own it 10, 15, 20 years and I have no intentions on selling it, I want to own shares. I want to own shares because if I bought an options contract, eventually I'd have to either, I think you can roll them over or sell it. I don't know. Again, for me, the way I look at it is I want to own it for the next 20 years. I would rather buy shares than options. And what I think of first thing that comes to mind for me is going to be those variables, right? What dictates the value of the option. There is an expiration on that options contract. And I don't want time working against me on an investment that I don't plan on selling. So when we get really more into the, I wouldn't really call that complex, but I would say it's complex, more of the advanced option topics, right? Iron condors, rolling your contracts, diagonal rolls, whatever it is. I don't know anything like that when it comes to options. I don't. The only thing that I know is buy call, stock go up, sell call, make money. You think stock go down, buy put, stock go down, make money. I know what the Greeks are. I know how to manage my risk with an option. I know how to calculate my risk to reward utilizing the Greeks. And I know how to sell a cash secured put. Other than that, I don't know anything else. I know the very bare bone basics. I can teach someone that knows nothing about options enough that they can go out there and day trade options and make money. And then I know what I do with selling cash secured puts. For example, if I wanted to buy Amazon December, let's say I had a 6-month horizon and I wanted to buy Amazon way down here at $100, I could have sold a cash secured put for that $100 strike. And if Amazon would have came down and hit that, I would have been exercised, but I would have collected those shares of Amazon that I wanted to own anyway. If I was never exercised, let's say it never came at my striker in the money, I would have just collected that premium and I would have gotten free money in a sense, just for selling that cash secured put. So that would be like the only thing advanced that I do with options would be selling cash secured puts to collect the premium on the options contract because I intend to buy the stock at that price anyway. So if I get exercised, whatever, I'm buying the stock at that price anyway. And that was my initial goal. But if I never get exercised, I get a free premium. I get free money in a sense. And that's all I know. That is all I know. If Matt was in here, Matt can give us more of an insight, more information when it does come to options and more of the advanced strategies. But what's my motto? Simple. Simplicity. Making it easy, simple. I do not get into a lot of the advanced stuff. I like to keep it as easy and as simple as possible that I'm explaining this, that literally my daughter would be like, all right, I get it, Dad. That makes sense. You start saying iron condor and diagonal roll spread, butterfly wings. It's a lot. So right now, looking across the board, I don't know if I'm missing anything, but my goodness, there is not a lot going on right now, guys. I mean, ADN is the one that's getting some action. That's about it. Is going to be ticker ADN at this point in time. Some resistance there at 337. And then 364. Support right now would be back down at... maybe get a little bit of support here at 317. Maybe a little bit. I would say better intraday support. You're looking to be back down at 291 is a much better level of support. Intraday, looking at yesterday as well, is going to be 291. You could see 317 hold up as a light level. That's going to be yesterday's open. But I see better support back down at 291. So let's see what happens here on ADN coming on up. Yeah, maybe trying to get out of the EVER position here. Just because it's not really dropping on off. It's just more or less sitting sideways. That was not my expectations. I was expecting to see this thing just drop to the downside. But I've been holding this for an hour at this point. As PEV's right at, yep, still sitting right around that 650 on PEV. We just got to give this time. Just got to sit back, be patient, and look and see what's going to happen at the 650 level. The only thing right now that I'm watching, obviously EVER, because I have a position, trying to make some of this loss back. And then ADN, looking to see what happens down towards around this 291, guys. But with that being said, man, still a little bit slow in the market. So do we have any questions, guys? We talked a little bit about futures, just a very brief introduction, guys. It wasn't meant to really get you guys really up to speed and fully educated. It was to basically say, hey, guys, there are futures. This is what a futures contract is. This is how you can trade them. And here's why. Especially if you're in a market like, say, today and you're struggling, you're like, hey, let's go trade futures instead, because I love scalping and I can make more money that way and not tie up my capital and have to wait until tomorrow. No margin, or there is margin and no PDT. Now, if you want to actually take this a little bit more seriously and get more of an education and an understanding under your belt, dive into the video lessons library. Believe it or not, we have lessons that pertain to futures in the video lessons library. So if you go into that video lessons library and type in futures, or just future, you have a lesson from a while back. What are futures and how to trade the MES, the micro contracts. This is also a Ninja Trader Review, and that's the broker that I've used in the past, and it's a very good broker. So definitely check that out if you guys would like, and you guys are all set, ready to rock. REV, Owen, there's nothing really happening with REV right now, buddy. There's really not too much happening with REV. Maybe watch it around this trend line. But honestly, it's been very choppy. There's a lot of upper shadows, a lot of lower shadows. It's just a very ugly chart. It's a very choppy chart. The only thing that I would say is just watch it around this trend line. DAWN just doesn't have any volume. Maybe there's something tomorrow. Right now, there's nothing here, guys, on DAWN. Maybe there's something on XELA. You know, kind of watch it around this trend line, this downtrend. If we ever start to break the downtrend, maybe you have some opportunity here with XELA, but not right now at this point in time. PEV is officially below 650 support. We're sitting back and waiting now to see how low that's going to go. You got EVER actually pushing on up here. Like I was telling you guys a moment ago, I'm probably just going to walk away from this as it just didn't drop on off the way I was wanting it to. I mean, it dropped on off. it didn't just drop on off as low as I thought it was going to drop on off. So I'll probably be closing that up here in a moment. ADN's the only stock that I'm really like interested in looking at for the rest of the day. An REV, maybe watch it around the trend line, but nothing really happening there. What ticker is that? Now way below. Now way below, yeah. We're not touching it, right? We're not touching our EV right now. We're not touching EVER to the long side or the short side. I still have a short, but I'm considering to get out of it. We're not touching PEV right now. XELA, maybe we get a break of the downtrend coming on up, and we're not touching DAWN at this point in time either. Right now, it's really important to understand that the market is not providing really nice opportunities. Now, there may be opportunities, but they're coming and going quick. And honestly, you have to kind of scalp these moves because we're not seeing the consistency. When you see a stock that you're like, wow, that's pretty consistent, let's get a trade on it, that's when it becomes very inconsistent. So today, for me anyway, is a great day to be more of a sideline trader. That's the way I trade because I love volatility. I love quick movement, things that are moving quick, fast, predictable, without that chop. But if this is the type of market that you do like, just scaling in and scaling out over longer periods of time, hit it hard, guys. Make it happen. Right now, you have KIRK, Kirkland's. This stock up 27% on the day, and they announced the sale of Amaze at NODA. Announcing the sale of Amaze, NODA. What is this? Oh, it's a, okay. Gotcha. So it's an apartment complex in Charlotte, North Carolina. So they're announcing the sale for $90 million. All right. So they announced the sale price. Yeah, so for $90 million on a rental property. So that's why we have Kirkland's moving on up right now at this point in time. So we'll keep this one on watch as well. Captain Kirk. But again, team, REV, I don't really see a lot there. ADN, we are going to watch ADN. But that's it at this point in time. Maybe KIRK and possibly ADN are going to be the top two stocks to be watching here for the rest of today. Ken asking, what halt and breakout scanners do you use? I was using the NYSE, but it's not as nice as yours. These are the best, absolute best scanners on the market that you can get your hands on. 100%. So these are going to be Trade Ideas Pro. So I pay roughly $2,000 a year for these professional scanners. So yeah, it's about $200 per month is the subscription to Trade Ideas. You get these scanners, but then you need to custom code them yourself. You actually got to build the breakout scanner. You actually have to build a high of the day momentum scanner. You have to build these particular scanners. You actually have to go through and code them out, which we actually had them done, and then we had them finalized with their team and their help with Trade Ideas, which is amazing. So you do have to build these out. But you do get some by default, like insane volume, unusual options activity. But if you want to make fine-tune adjustments, you have to go through and actually build them and code them custom to what you're looking for. But Trade Ideas. And make sure you use code ALPHA when you sign up. You get like 10% off, which is cool. So right now, the only two stocks that I'm seeing is going to be KIRK and maybe ADN back down into the 290s. But right now, it's just KIRK. And we are coming on up and tapping that $5 level as resistance. All right. Oh, very nice. We got some profits inside of Profits Chat today. Congratulations, guys. Way to make it happen in a, and I keep saying it, slower, choppier market. But if it's not slow, in your opinion, not choppy, keep crushing it. Keep up the amazing work. Right now, to really end our day, we have about 38 minutes to go. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns at this point in time? Anything that I can help you guys out with? Or are there any stocks that you think have amazing potential right now at this point in time? And that, maybe you think it's going to be the best stock for the next 38 minutes. So if there's anything that you're looking at right now at this point in time and you think it is going to be the hottest, best opportunity stock to end our day with, go ahead and type that inside of chat. Let's take a look at it. Let's get prepared. Again, right now, I'm still short on EVER at this point in time. So right now, the way it looks, we're going to be ending this day down $800. Unless we see something in the next 36 minutes. Maybe we have something with ADN. Maybe we shall see. Maybe we have a little something with KIRK. Maybe we shall see. Lambo guy, what is the next level of support below $6 on PEV? Well, the next level of support below $6, the best level, okay, the best level down at 497. Okay, down at 497 on PEV. It's going to be the best level, a very key level. Incorrect. Owen, incorrect. So if you locate 1,000 shares, okay, you locate 1,000 shares, and you go ahead and short those 1,000 shares, and you cover those 1,000 shares, you are done, unless you go relocate another 1,000 shares. If you, and it depends on broker as well. It will depend on your broker. If you locate 1,000 shares and you do not utilize them, they are gone. You have to relocate them for tomorrow. Again, it depends on your broker. Most brokers are set up to where if you locate 1,000 shares, and you short those 1,000 shares and you cover them, you need to go relocate an additional 1,000 shares for your next trade. And most brokers are set up as well that if you locate those shares to shorts and you do not utilize them on the same day, you have to go back and relocate them for another day. Again, it does depend on your broker, though. Every broker is a little bit different. So the last time I located shares and I did not utilize them, they were gone the next day. That's been a very long time. So the last time that I've actually located shares on Lightspeed and I didn't utilize them, they were gone the next day. So I had to go back in there and relocate the second day. So I lost the fee, basically. I lost the fee. But since then, I have not had a stock where I've located shares, and I have not used them. They've all been utilized. But we shall see. I'll be testing out a different broker for the final 6-month stretch. I'm excited. As you guys may have saw, I'm going to go ahead and set up a Centerpoint Securities account. And we're going to try Centerpoint Securities. I guess they are much quicker, better short locates, cheaper short locates, and the commission and fee structure is going to be just a little bit less than Lightspeed. So I'm excited for that, to try out Centerpoint Securities. It's been something I wanted to do for a very long time. And I'm thinking about making that transition over the next week before we start off July in the final 6 months. And so I'll have more information on Centerpoint Securities as well to see if they're a good, reliable broker, which I'm sure they are, but we'll be able to get an idea of everything else as well as another option. One I was going to try out was Cobra. I was going to try out Cobra, but I think I'm going to go with Centerpoint Securities, guys. There's a quick little spike over 5, KIRK, now spiking over 5. It is easy to short, so if it does start dumping back below 5, I am shorting this. I'm not looking to short it. I will short this stock back below $5 if we cannot break and stay above 5, and this is a false break. I would absolutely look to short this back below 5. See if we ever crack this little trend line here and maybe start to dump on off a little bit. Right now, you could see this up towards around 514 next here on KIRK. And I'm going to not have fun, right? I'm not going to say I'm going to have fun here in the day. I'm going to make it happen end of the day. So I have my scalping fingers out, just so you guys know. And usually when I get my scalping fingers out, it goes down, doesn't it? So I'm just gonna pull up my little scalping fingers, and what I would say is have some fun into the day. Now we're at 520 here. hitting 520 on KIRK. You're sitting right at that upper shadow, right around 514, 515. Now we're starting to roll on over here on EVER, which is nice. Very nice. We're down towards around 882 again on EVER. So we got some profits there. So one more spike through 514, I'm going to grab a short. So if we get one more wick through, one more pop through 514 here, up towards 520, I'm going to get in quick for a little bit of a short back down the 5, but it's already starting to pull back, so never mind. If that candle right here would have pushed through 514, I would have definitely jumped in for a nice little quick short, a little scalp. So now we're down towards around 881 on EVER. So slowly and steadily dropping on down a little bit, which is fantastic. Let's see if we can crack 875 and really start the dump on off and actually see if we can turn a little profit into a big profit. See if we can lock in a couple buckarooskies here over on EVER. Maybe take this red day into a nice little green day, but we still have a lot of time to go. So right now, team, I'm simply looking at KIRK. I know ADN is breaking up over that 335-ish level. I want to be patient here and see. We just broke over that 337 on ADN. If you hold 337, it's a break and retest. Nice big break with volume. Nice big volume break, pulling back for the retest. We could absolutely see it pop off this level up to 364. And if you guys do not know what a break and retest is, this is what a break and retest looks like. It's exactly what REV did yesterday all freaking day. I mean, that's all this stock did yesterday was break and retest, right? So you have a level of resistance right there. Level of resistance. The stock comes up and breaks, right? Pulls back and it retests. Retest that upper shadow. We have resistance here on REV. What happens? The stock breaks resistance, comes back down, and it retests. All right, so now we have new resistance, 568. Stock breaks 568, comes back, and eventually retests and moves higher. And then what does it do? More resistance. It breaks out, it comes down, and it tries a retest. It fails that time. But you can see that the stock will break, retest, break, retest, break, retest, break, and you see that consistency. So that's a break and retest, and that's exactly what we have here on ADN at this point in time. The stock just broke over that 337 high. It just came down and retested that old level of resistance as new support. So break, retest, continuation, follow through. Now you just hit a new high a day at 349. Your next main level of resistance is going to be 364 here on ADN. Now you're at 350, 353. Again, you don't want to see it dropping below 337. That was your breakout level. There was your retest. Now you want to see it continue, follow through up to that 364 next. So right now, team, any final questions, comments, or concerns before we go ahead and step away? And the reason we're going to step away is things are starting to slow down. Now, some would say, no, they're not, Josh. They're not slowing down. Bigger picture, yes, they are. The SPY, it's fading. Okay, there's not any opportunity here on the SPY. Where are you getting involved at? You could have taken it for the crack of the trend line, which I think some of you did, and you locked in some profits at the VWAP. Congratulations, right? Same thing with the Qs here. You could have locked in a great profit. But really look across the board. Is there anything happening with REV? No, it's fading. Anything with EVR? No, there's no volume. Anything with PEV? It's very choppy all over the place. XELA, fading, right? DAWN, dropping on off. KIRK, already made a really nice move. I do expect to see KIRK start to fade and fall here a little bit over the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then ADN is coming back below that 337 level. So you had a quick break and retest for the scalp, but one thing that we're not seeing today is follow through. So you have your quick entries, your quick exits, your quick scalps, those in and outs. But as far as those follow throughs and these stocks staying consistent, you're just not seeing that across the board. So with that being said, if we don't have anything pop on up in the next 7 minutes, we will go ahead and end our Wednesday and go ahead and fingers crossed. Just cross those fingers. That's all we can do. And hope that the market provides us with better opportunity tomorrow. Maybe we get a little bit more action in the market tomorrow. And if you guys have any questions right now, go ahead and shoot. Go ahead and ask. I'm more than happy to help each and every one of you out. So, GGPI is having a pretty decent day from around 967. We're up a little over $1 at this point in time, or 12%. However, you are coming right into your 200 SMA. So you are coming right up to that 200-day moving average. So that's going to be strong resistance right around 11 bucks. And then you're going to have yesterday's highs as far as resistance. PEV halted to the downside? Yes, it is. Steve, shouldn't you be trying to close that trade with the amount of volume and the lack of? I expect to see a little bit more volume move in the last 15 minutes of the day. So that's typically when you see a little bit more volume move on in, is the last 15 minutes of the day. So at this point in time, I give myself that 15-minute window to close this trade. The reason I'm still holding it is, what if we start dumping on off here in the next 2-3 minutes? Fantastic. I still have the trade. I will make sure that I'm closing this out incrementally in the very last 15 minutes of the day, and that's typically when you have just a little bit more volume across the board. We shall see. I will have to piece it out little by little by little, though, for sure. I mean, I can get out of this. It just won't be the best fill. If I look at the order book right now, I can get out of this 100%. I may get an average fill of 895, but I'm getting out, right? Because I got 500 shares here I can get out. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's 1,000 shares that just popped up. There's liquidity. It just won't be at 886. My average fill, my average exit by the time I'm filled may be 893, 894. So it's not going to be the best price, but I'll make sure I get filled on that. There's enough liquidity for me to get out. Just not the best price. So we should be okay. There's liquidity there. And I just want to see what happens in the last 15 minutes. Knowing that we can probably see a little bit more volume move in. Is that going to be some selling volume that pulls this down? Fantastic. Maybe I can lock in a couple more bucks. Or is that going to be any kind of buying volume that pushes it on up through that 895? If that's the case, I'm out at pretty much break even on the trade. And it should be pretty easy for me to get out as well. So I'm going to wait another 3 minutes before I actually start, just working my way out of that short position. Still believe it should be dumping, though. Still leaning to it's going to dump side. There's just no reason whatsoever for that stock to be up today. But it held its gains relatively well. It did. I wasn't expecting to see it sit there and consolidate sideways for the last 3 hours. So we'll see. We'll give it another few moments. See what happens coming on up. And you're starting to see it become just a little bit more active at this point in time. It's nothing crazy, but you're starting to see that move around just a smidge more. They're on EVER. Stir. Can we get a little counter on the main website that adds up total accumulated profits for the group and have a pizza party when we hit $1 million of accumulated profits? I tell you what, we'll have a Lambo party. Okay? When we have accumulated $1 million of profits, we will just go all in together on a Lambo and we will just share it. Okay? Everybody gets the Lambo for a day. All right? I love it. Corey's like, all right, I'm going Lambo shopping. What color are we getting, boys? What color are we getting? All right, traders. In all seriousness, good job and good work. You've heard me say it once. I don't want to keep saying it. Today was a challenging day. Today, the market was challenging. Okay, so if you felt like the market was a little off today, and you felt the market was weird, and you found it to be a challenge, and you're thinking like, okay, is it me? Am I the one that's off, or is it the market? It's the market. There's no follow-through. There's no consistency. It's a little bit on the choppier side. Was there opportunity? Yeah, but the opportunity was kind of sketchy. I didn't feel confident with the market today. I traded the market. Didn't feel super confident. I took a lot of small paper cuts. Could have been worse. I could have taken max risk on every trade, and I could be down a lot right now. But the fact that I wasn't comfortable and confident with the market, I definitely stepped it back as far as my risk tolerance. And I'm very happy with the day. Even though it's a red day, I'm happy with it. It could have been worse. That is literally 0.5%. I can risk up to 3% on a single trade. My daily loss today was 0.05% on the entire day. And here's the thing. I can risk 3% on a single trade. And I risked 0.5% in the entire day. So you put that in perspective, I'm happy with today. Absolutely. I just need to see better market conditions to feel more confident to actually put on some bigger trades to make some bigger profits. We're just not really seeing that follow through, but it is what it is. You have those days in the market. I just wanted to say, if you guys are feeling like, man, I was just off today. The market, I didn't do well. The market's a little off today. I don't think it's you. I definitely think it's the market because I feel the same way. All righty. I'm going to have to start scaling out of that trade just a little bit here since we are at the final stretch of the day. We need a supernova. Hey, we need something, guys. We need something. I mean, there's some opportunity here. There was opportunity. And I think what happened with me on my end was I saw so much inconsistency, I didn't trust the next setup. That was my thing. So much inconsistency, I'm like, I don't want to be the guinea pig. I don't trust it, and it worked out. I'm like, all right, cool, it worked out, proved itself, let's go, and then it didn't work out. And I'm like, all right, back to square one. Next great setup, I don't know. I don't want to be the guinea pig. I don't trust it. Boom, it worked out. All right, fine, it worked out. Let's take the next one. That's the one that failed. That was just the what I fell into today. Not trusting the first couple of setups, not wanting to be the guinea pig, and then I actually see a setup. I take it, boom, goes against me. Fantastic. It is what it is. It happens. But again, live to trade another day, and the market will be here, which is absolutely amazing. So we're all set, guys. The market will be here tomorrow, so will we. We'll come back, see where that opportunity is, and you never know what'll happen tomorrow. You never know what's gonna happen tomorrow. So we shall see. PEV live. PEV is live at this point in time. Still has potential to dump on down towards around $5 here on PEV. All right, team. So any questions, let me know. If not, we're just going to go ahead and just sit back, relax, and see if anything else pops on up here in the next few moments.